1 minute to air. The live stream has started. Thirty seconds.
Good afternoon. Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy beautiful Thursday. This March the 24th, 2022 here in the Bull City, Durham County, North Carolina. I'd like to call this City Council work session to order at 1 p.m. on this great day. We certainly want to welcome all of you here in attendance in person again. Hi, everybody. It's so good to see people in the audience. Hey, everybody. Yes. And those joining us remotely as well. Madam Clerk, would you please call our roll?
Mayor O'Neill.
I am here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now recognize any of my colleagues for any announcements or comments. All right, Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good, thank you. Just real quick, under the other matters at the end of the agenda, I wanted to quickly talk about some ARPA conversations. It'll take maybe 1 or 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilwoman Freeman?
Just acknowledging, I noticed there was some first responder activity on Main Street, and I just want to hope that folks are safe. I know the fire engines and EMS were out there along with our police, so just sending a good cheer or a good well wish to those folks who are involved. And then just a note that the YouthWorks application is out, and I want to make sure that folks are aware that we do need corporate sponsors. And so if you have a company and you are willing to bring on a youth for the summer, please do reach out to our Workforce and Economic Development Department. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem, I think I saw your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable colleagues, and to everyone watching, whether you're in the chamber, nice to say, or remotely. Hope you're all having a good day. First off, Madam Mayor, just by way of a bit of celebration, this week I had the opportunity on your behalf and the city's behalf to welcome the Consul General of Israel to the southeastern United States, Anat Sultan Dadan, and a delegation from a non-governmental organization called Sharaka, that works to promote peace in the Middle East, across lines of Arab-Israeli lines, religious lines, denominational lines, and planted a tree. Got to plant a tree in East Durham Park. It's called Tree of Peace, which is marked out there. I hope residents and citizens will get an opportunity to go by. I was very pleased to be doing that in Durham, and they recognize Durham as a place where we work really hard to make everyone feel welcome and to make everyone feel valued and to honor each of our existence in whatever iteration it comes in. So I was very pleased to welcome the Consul General and to give her a City of Durham pin to wear along with her friendship pin of the United States flag and the Israeli flag. So I just wanted to thank our friends also at Keep Durham Beautiful, who provided the tree for us to plant. I didn't know, you just don't stick them in the ground and pat them and walk away. Who knew? There's a science to it. So I want to thank our friends at Keep Durham Beautiful and thank the Consul General as well for her visit to Durham and the opportunity to welcome her on our behalf. Secondly and finally, we are within the waning hours of our open application period for those that are interested in filling the vacant seat on this council. These seats that do not belong to us, that belong to the people of the city. And we take this sacred obligation very seriously in approaching it with great sobriety in filling this seat that belongs to you. So if you are still finishing up your application, just know that tomorrow is the deadline. If you are interested in serving on the Durham City Council to fill out the rest of the at-large term per the resignation of our friend and colleague, Councilmember Charlie Reese. That's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much. It's good to see all of you.
Thank you. Looking on Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor, colleagues. I had the opportunity to spend some time with the folks over at Bridges Point Incorporated. This is a sickle cell agency that provides support and resources for sickle cell carriers. And I'm embarrassed to say I did not know that there were so many folks that carry the sickle cell trait who suffers from the disease and are so limited in the support and resources, medical resources that are available to them. So I am starting today to name that I hear you, and I am committed to finding support for you to the hundreds of residents across Durham. And I'll reach out to my commissioner colleagues to see if there is any type of Department of Public Health support for them as well. But we have a contingency of people in Durham with sickle cell that, if you know what they actually go through on a daily basis, we shouldn't allow that to happen in Durham. So I hope that we can find some support for them. But just wanted to name it, and I'll start that advocacy today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further announcements? Well, I've had the opportunity to meet some more of our city workers over the last couple of weeks. As things warm up and as we get back to whatever normal is going to look like, I've been blessed to be able to interact with some of our city workers. I met with some of our union members on yesterday, had a really good conversation with them. And on this morning, I did a PSA with the Department of Water Management. And let me just tell you, we have some very smart people in that run this city. And I'm just so happy and pleased to be a part of it. They are very dedicated, and I just wanted to give a shout out to all our city workers again today. Always going to try to keep them in the forefront of my mind. Without these able folk, we wouldn't be able to do what we do, and I'm just always so pleased to meet with them. You'll see a public service announcement will be coming up. They told me on Spectrum that I did this morning for the Mayor's Water Challenge beginning in April, so we'll see how that goes. But they are very professional, make me feel very comfortable. We only did about 500 takes for about 3 sentences, but we get it done, and they were so patient. So just a shout out to all those that I've met and all those I've yet to meet. Thank you all for all the work that you do. So we will move now to our priority items, and I'll turn to our city manager to see if she has any today.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Durham City Council. I do have one priority item for you this afternoon. Agenda item number 20, which is Shared Economic Prosperity, the Durham Small Business Work Plan, Built to Last, and YouthWorks Program Update. That is a supplemental item that has been added to today's work session, and we expect the presentation to last about 20 minutes. That is all I have this afternoon.
All righty. You are now hearing the manager's priority items. May I have a motion for their approval?
So moved.
Move. Second.
The move by Councilwoman Freeman, seconded by Councilman Williams, that we approve the manager's priority items. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes unanimously. And now we'll recognize our able city attorney's office for any priority items.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Don O'Toole sitting in for City Attorney Kim Rayberg, and the City Attorney's Office has no priority items.
Thank you so much, Attorney O'Toole. We now turn to our city clerk and recognize her for any priority items.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I do have a couple items. I wanted to update you on the at-large vacancy applications and then discuss how to process the agenda item for the April 7th work session.
Thank you so much. Now entertain a motion to accept our city clerk's priority items.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Councilwoman Freeman and seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. for approval of the clerk's priority items. Let us have a vote. At this particular time, all those in favor say aye or aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the ayes have it, and the motion passes unanimously. We now move to our second order of business, and I will read to you the entire agenda, starting first with the administrative consent items, the departmental items, presentations, and public hearings, okay? And we do have one matter that a citizen has pulled, right? Okay. All right, so we have our first item will be the approval of the city council minutes. Item number 2 is the participatory budgeting steering committee appointments. The departmental items, beginning with item 3, is a virtual private network VPN access and digital technology performance audit, February 20th, 22. Item 4, which is amend the FY2021-23 budget and other grant project ordinances, and it will be pulled by Ms. Stella Adams. Item 5, which is FY2022-23 Budget Development Guidelines, will also be pulled by Ms. Stella Adams. Item number 6, the amendment of operating agreement with Volunteers of America of the Carolinas, Inc., VOAC, to provide services for homelessness, coordinated entry with diversion. Number 7, the annual report for the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. Number 8, master service agreements for the 2022-2025 City of Durham, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carlborough Metropolitan Planning Organization, DCHCMPO, on-call professional services, engineering services, data collection, and community engagement. Item 9, purchase contract, Repower of GoDurham buses.
Madam Mayor, would you pull that, please?
Yes, sir. Item 10, the award of construction contract for the Eno River Force Main Relocation Project to J.F. Wilkerson Contracting Company, Incorporated.
I'd like that pulled as well, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Item 11, award of a professional engineering services contract to Timmons Group, Inc. for the improvements for access to utility easements and facilities project. Item 12, February 2022 bid report. Number 13, amend the FY 2021-22 capital improvement program and amend the design build services contract with Skanska USA Building Incorporated for Major League Baseball facility standards upgrades at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park.
Madam Mayor, would you pull that, please?
Yes. Number 14, lease agreement with Durham County at 2725 Holloway Street for the continued operation of Durham County Ambulance Substation and Emergency Medical Service Training. Item 15, revised cultural and public art resolution to incorporate membership changes. Item 16, contract with S&ME Incorporated for traffic study at the Waste Disposal and Recycling Center.
Madam Mayor, if you could pull that item.
Yes, ma'am. presentations. Item 17 is an update on the Durham Safe Routes to School program. Item 18, the 2019 Trail Implementation Program. Under public hearings, number 19, item 19, zoning map change, Bull City Townhomes. Number 20, which is a supplemental item, is a presentation, Shared Economic Prosperity, Durham Small Business Work Plan, Built to Last, and YouthWorks Program update. All right, Madam Manager, here's what I have for the pulled items and presentations. We have pulled item number 4 by Ms. Adams, number 5 by Ms. Adams, 9, 10, and 13 by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and item 16 by Councilwoman Freeman. We also have its presentations. 17, update on the Durham Safe Routes to School program. 18, 2019 Trail Implementation Program. And also item number 20, Shared Economic Prosperity, Durham Small Business Work Plan, Built to Last, and YouthWorks Program. Is that what you have as well, yes, Madam Manager?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. We will now return to and review our pulled items, beginning with item number 4, which has been pulled by Ms. Stella Adams, and that item is the amend the FY 2021-2022 budget and other grant project ordinances. And we have our staff person here, who is Miss Christina Reardon. Did I kill your
No,
last
you
name?
got very close. Christina Reardon, yes, with Budget and Management Services.
She's just here to answer the question.
Thank you. And Ms. Reardon is here to answer any questions. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams is there, I believe. All right. Ms. Adams, you have the floor now. You have 3 minutes, I believe.
Ms. Adams, can you hear us, ma'am?
Ms. Adams?
The mic is open.
She's been unmuted on our side.
Okay. Ms. Adams, can you hear us?
There it is.
I believe your mic is on this end. If you can hear us, if you can raise your virtual hand and you can make sure that our internet is working properly. Should be.
She needs to speak.
Can you say something, Ms. Adams? All right, Ms. Adams, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem to start with item 9, and then we'll return to you as I see if we can get our technology folk to take a look and make sure that everything's working okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem, if you allow me to look at one of your pulled items, which will be number 9.
Absolutely, as you direct, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, which is the purchase contract repower of GoDurham buses, and then we'll return back to Ms. Adams, and we have Mr. Tom Devlin here to answer any questions. All right, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Tom. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Real quick, all my pull items are real quick questions. So it's a good thing to read, because when I first saw Repower, like, what does Repower mean? I read through the memo. It's actually replacing stuff. So GoDurham, we strive to get 15 years out of our buses. I read that about 12 years is when we need to repower things. I know there's some type of math behind repowering as opposed to repurchasing, but I just wanted that, is that an industry best practice to repower as opposed to just make them go to 15 as a?
So, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Sean Egan, Director of Transportation for the city. Hope everyone can hear. So, we have a 15-year planned useful life. The Federal Transit Administration requires buses purchased with federal funds to be used for a minimum of 12 years. What we find is that we're trying to maximize the life cycle benefit and minimize the life cycle cost. So what we do is a series of 3 5-year life cycles. So at the 5-year, adding up to 15 years total. So at the 5-year point, we replace the engine and transmission. We have a very demanding duty cycle for our equipment. So at about 5 years, we start to see reliability fall off significantly, and we don't want to be in a position where a bus breaks down and strands our riders by the side of the road. We want safe and reliable equipment. So we do that at the 5-year mark. At the 7.5-year mark, we do interior and exterior rehabilitation. So we repaint, we replace any seating that needs to be replaced or carpeting that needs to be replaced internally. So that's at the midlife 7.5 years. Then we come back at 10 years and do the drivetrain again, the engine and transmission. And at the 15-year point, that's when we're supposed to be retiring our equipment. We haven't always kept up with this cycle. So we had, for example, last year, some buses that had been serviced for over 18 years in our fleet. But we've now retired all of our 2003 and 2005 equipment. So we're back within our planned 15-year useful life. But we need to move forward with this contract so that we maintain that 5-year cycle for 5 and 10 engine and transmission replacements.
Best primer ever. Thanks, and for demystifying some of that. You know, we just kind of jump on them and ride them, and I think it's good every once in a while to hear just what goes into maintaining our fleet. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you without the
without the headset,
the
gamer set.
My bad, man. And your filter game is strong as well, because you look different in person.
It's my first time ever speaking in this chamber, so.
Wow, that's right. Well,
nice to be here.
I didn't recognize you in the chamber. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate you. That's it, Madam Mayor, on that item. Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson and also Council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, Sean, I need you to come back. Hey, so I just had a question. We're trying to convert a good chunk of our fleet to electric buses, and those are a lot more expensive up front, but are there the same kind of ongoing maintenance costs that we see with the diesel buses? Like, do they start to look better when you factor in all of the upgrades and stuff that we have to do with the diesel ones over time?
So what we expect with the life cycle cost of the electric vehicles is that we won't have these large outlays at the 5, 7.5, and 10-year cycles. There will be costs associated with battery pack replacement. The industry is still working its way through this. The technology is still new, so it's not entirely clear, A, what the right timing is for those battery pack replacements, and then what the cost associated with those would be. But the ongoing maintenance cost and fuel cost is much, much lower for the electric equipment. It doesn't have all of the moving parts that require maintenance the way that a diesel bus does. So our hope is that over a 15-year life cycle, the savings in maintenance, repower, rehabilitation, and particularly fuel these days with gas and diesel prices where they are, moving to electric should yield significant benefits for us and provide a comparable overall 15-year life cycle cost with significant air quality, emissions, and noise pollution benefits.
That all sounds really great. Thank you.
Someone from.
Director Egan, this isn't a complicated one. I just had to take a moment of personal privilege while you're here. When I came back from D.C. last week, I rode the bus to my house, and I rode an electric bus, and there was a rider who verbally assaulted one of the drivers while I was on the bus, and I was tired. I had a hoodie on, I had shades on, I had my mask on, and I just looked like a regular person just sitting there quiet. And the person, started just cursing out the driver. I want to say that the driver was so professional. He handled it extremely professional. And when I got off the bus, I gave him my card and I thanked him for his service. So I wanted to highlight that customer service experience. And I also want to highlight that our drivers go through a lot. Folks in Durham, please be respectful. And the bus was really, really cool. And I think he used the last amount of the battery to get me home. So shout out to transportation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Okay, we're going to return back. Thank you, Mr. Egan. I didn't recognize you with your eyeglasses on. We're going to return back to pulled items number 4 and see if we can get Ms. Adams on the line, which is to amend the FY2021-22 budget and other grant project ordinances. Ms. Adams, are you available? Let's see if you will, okay, here we are. If you can unmute, I think you may be able to speak at this point.
I've asked her to unmute, Madam Mayor, but she hasn't.
I think you're ready to proceed, Ms. Adams.
She switched devices also.
Ms. Adams, can you hear me? She says you may be unmuted now.
Madam Mayor, she is unmuted.
All right, Ms. Adams.
She's speaking, but we can't hear her.
She's speaking via the...
Try to speak now.
Hello?
Well,
All right, we can hear you. We're going to have, yes, we're going to have you on Councilman Williams' speaker phone. He actually has his phone up to the mic, going old school. So if you could just speak, we should be able to hear you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience and your
I don't think that's
time.
gonna work. Ms. Adams, that's 1 second. And to my colleagues, I'm the newbie, so pardon this informality.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. As it relates to agenda item 4, I just want to point out that a number of the amendments point to matching funds from the Durham Transit Plan. But as a community, we haven't adopted a plan yet, and yet we're spending a lot of money, and I still don't have Route 9 buses, bus service included in that Durham Transit Plan. So I don't want, when we get to talking about adding Route 9 back into the Durham Transit Plan and giving it more service and giving it more hours, that we've already spent up all the money as matching funds for these different things. And I just wanted to, every time I get an opportunity to talk about Route 9 and the bus service in underserved, historically black neighborhoods and communities, I'm going to take that opportunity to remind folks that we still don't have anything definitive in any Durham Transit Plan around service to these historic communities. So I'm just taking the opportunity to raise that, and that just as a reminder that every time that you use matching funds from the Durham Transit Plan that has not been adopted, you are taking money off the table to deliver services to historically Black neighborhoods and communities. That's it for item 4. And if you'd like, I can go ahead with item 5.
I think Mr. Egan is here to address some comments as to item 4. So if you would allow him to do so, and thank you for your comments on that item, Ms. Adams. And we'll come back to you.
Good afternoon again, Sean Egan, Director of Transportation. What you have before you in the grant project ordinance is funding for the safety and state of good repair of our system. So, for example, the Repower item, the replacement of engine and transmissions, that work has to take place across our fleet to ensure the safety and reliability of our equipment. The federal funds are matched with city tax funds that are raised through the city's 3.75 property tax rate. This does not include funding from the county half-cent sales tax. That is a separate source of funding. This is part of our ongoing safety and state of good repair program. At the same time, we have most certainly heard strong community support for improvements on the Route 9. We have requested in the FY23 County Transit Work Plan additional services and additional funding to improve service on the Route 9, and we're working closely with that team to add future funding, more hours, better frequency in the coming years for Route 9. So we want to make sure that this can move forward so that we ensure the safety and state of good repair of our fleet, but we're very aware and we've heard loud and clear the interest from our community in more and better service on Route 9, and we'll be working to advance that through the adoption of the County Transit Plan, hopefully later this year.
Any further comments from council? All right. We will move to item 5, FY 2022-23 Budget Development Guidelines. And Ms. Adams, you may speak to that agenda item at this time.
Thank you. And the issue I have is that this is a guiding document, and in the first paragraph, where the bullets around sustainability, there is no priority or even mention of equity and inclusion and creating an equitable, sustainable budget that's equitable to all parts of Durham. This has been stated by the council numerous times. I know that it has been a priority for the city manager, but if it's not written, it's not real. And so we need to make sure that the guiding principles for this budget include equity for all neighborhoods, and especially for our historic Black neighborhoods. So I just want an additional, in that opening paragraph, I want there to be some written commitment to equity and inclusion and looking through a racial equity lens at the budget as part of these guiding principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
I know John Allure is also on the line if there's any questions as well, but I'm happy to answer anything.
Mr. Allure, if you have any comments, we are ready to hear those, sir. I think that you also, we can see you, but we can't hear you. But you can hear us, obviously. Okay, let's see. Mr. Lord, can you try and say something again? I saw the mute button did come off.
He's not going to be able to, I believe it's
Still having technical difficulties.
Yeah, he's just texted that he's passing the baton. So
Thank you.
I will say that, yeah, I'm sure that I imagine what he would say is that we would be happy to add kind of that language to the guidelines and make that revision before the council meeting on Monday.
Thank you so much. We'll look forward to that addition.
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Yes.
Thank you. Firstly, I do want to say in defense of the staff and the city, the language of equity is ubiquitous in our strategic plan and the way we score things for the budget as well. So this particular document instrument, is in no way, it's a pretty kind of set piece that we get each year, but this in no way is reflective of the absence of equity or the presence of an equity lens. We talk about it all the time, and it informs all of our work. So there are a number of other places to look to be assured by that. And I don't know that this necessarily constitutes a directive to the staff to change the budget guidelines. We can certainly talk about that as a council, but I would say I agree with Ms. Adams, as always, she's a gadfly for us in making sure that we remain focused on equity, but it's in there. It's in the scoring. It's all through this process. I was going to pull this one anyway because I think this item warrants, I think, at least some kind of highlights or a primer before we just pass it on consent. We're usually used to kind of massaging this a little bit, and I noticed that there may be a tweaking, at least room to tweak the tax rate, and I think that certainly warrants kind of the thinking or the tick-tock behind it, rather than just passing it by consent, particularly for residents who may be watching and wondering what their taxes are going to look like and how we're going to proceed. So I was just wondering if staff wanted to give us a kind of a tick-tock as to how we got to this particular iteration of the guidelines.
Sure, yes. And I do want to say that the text I just got from Director Allure was that he wanted to say exactly what you said, which is that we do have some equity tools that we're using in the budget this year, and both in our CIP scoring and also in our budget requests. But as far as this document, this was created after you remember your budget retreats that council held over 4 days, and so it's kind of a direction to staff for the manager's proposed budget on what should be kind of included in that budget. And so as far as the tax rate goes, the one change that council is considering is in the general fund. There is language in here that says the general fund, which is currently at 30.95 cents, may be considered to fund additional structure and salary adjustments, and those would be for staff.
Got you. Okay. Thank you for that. I just know that this is the scrutiny that Ms. Adams put on it is only indicative of how the rest of the people, when they see these guidelines, that this is kind of one of those threshold kind of moments when it comes to, although we haven't ultimately passed the budget yet, but one of those kind of aha moments. This is what's kind of framed. So I just wanted to give staff an opportunity to bring any potential highlights. Madam Manager, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would not add a lot of comments, but what I would bring to the attention of the mayor and council is that we did have a couple of years when we were very flat with our compensation for our employees, because for good reason. That good reason being we were in COVID. We wanted to ensure that we could that we were fiscally responsible with the resources that we do have. While we value our employees, we know that sometimes that value is in the form of compensation, and we want to make sure our employees are very well compensated. What you have in your budget guidelines is a may, because we are still developing the budget, and we would not propose an increase of any amount if it is not required or needed in order to balance the budget. But you will recall, we made a significant investment, very well deserved, in our public safety departments. That is going to require us to bring an additional item to the tune of $9 million into our base budget just to cover those market adjustments. And as we look at some of the other frontline workers as well as others who provide service in this community, because they also have not had any significant increases to base salary over the past couple of years. We are working very diligently to manage our budget within the tax rate that have already been, that is the 30.95 cents you see there. But we did want to have some flexibility to move that slightly if we need to. And obviously, if we did make a recommendation for that, it would be just that. It would be a recommendation for your consideration and your approval, which is why we did not have an amount in there, because we're still hopeful that we will be able to incorporate all of our priorities and not have to have that adjustment.
Thank you so much for that, Madam Manager. And let me be clear, this my invitation to kind of make these statements on record is more about transparency and understanding for the public's sake, not that, we're not going to dot our I's or cross our T's, and that we understand, in City Hall speak, that it's recommendations and the parameters. But I know, when folk who aren't plugged into this stuff don't do it every day, when they hear stuff like that, oh, they're going to vote for the guidelines, they're set already. I just wanted to be, as we go through each step, give an opportunity for the very excellent, meticulous work that this staff is doing to be highlighted and showcased as much as possible. So thank you so much for that. And great guidelines. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Madam Manager.
All right, we will next turn to item number 10, which is the award of construction contract for the Eno River Force Main Relocation Project to J.F. Wilkerson Contracting Company that has been pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Who am I talking?
Jerry Monroe is the resource person. And he's on virtual, so that may be.
Don Greeley is on virtual. He's not being heard.
Is it Don? Okay. Don, can you hear us? It looks like he can't hear you. He can hear us. All right.
But we can't hear you.
Can't hear you. You're not muted, are you?
No, he's not.
Okay.
Maybe I can ask him. No, he's not being heard. It's too
Yeah. It's clearly the Russians. Oh, was my mic off? Well, if he can't, and there's no one in the chamber, I'll until we get the technology worked out, I guess I can just suspend or.
All right, would you like to move to the next item, which is item 13? Which is amend the FY2021-22 Capital Improvement Program, amend the design build services contract with Skanska
Right.
USA Building Inc. for Major League Baseball facility standards upgrades at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park, also approved by you, Mayor Pro Tem. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, sir. Good to see you. You can probably anticipate what my question is going to be, but I'll put it on record anyway. So the original project budget was $5,220,000, and now it's being estimated that it's going to be more than 100% more than that. I know there's math and science and good reason behind it, but so for our residents and constituents that might be watching this meeting and looking at this agenda, explain to us why there's so much more money needed than what was originally projected.
Good afternoon. I'm John Pottis-Wiles with General Services Department.
Hey, John.
It's a good question. It's a big increase. The big reason is, and we're seeing this in a lot of our construction projects that go to bid this past year or so, is just a very volatile construction market. So things are a lot more expensive than they were. That's one reason. Another reason is that the design has just evolved over the past year. We're working within a existing ballpark, existing building, and we're sort of uncovering unknowns that we didn't know about before. So, like, we need additional shoring to avoid utilities throughout the sidewalk. We're not able to use existing ductwork that we were kind of counting on using, or we're counting on using some of the existing lockers that we're no longer able to use. So things like that. But I think the big reason is just the construction market in general.
So, I mean, you mentioned ductwork and stuff. And is this a fair characterization? This isn't like primarily being driven by like OSHA concerns, or this is Major League Baseball.
That's right.
Standards, correct? So
that's right. So it's part of a restructuring of the relationship between minor and Major League Baseball clubs, and so there's new requirements that must be met at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park, and this is happening all over the country as well. So we're not alone in this. Mm-hmm. It's not optional. It's a requirement. If we want to keep our franchise with the Durham Bulls, then we have to do it. So, since the facility was originally designed for single-A minor league baseball, and now it's a triple-A, where the Bulls currently play at, there's extensive upgrades that must be performed. These include addition of a new batting tunnel, also, renovations to the office and the player locker rooms, upgrades to the reconfigurations of all these spaces. Basically, we're completely gutting the underneath of the Durham Bulls Stadium, all the back of the house area that you don't really see. Except for a couple of spaces, we're pretty much gutting the whole thing and having to redo it to make these allowances for these requirements for these upgrades. Let's see, it also includes training room upgrades and all the associated HVAC, the plumbing, electrical, the architectural finishes. There's also women locker rooms that's added for female umpires, trainers, and coaches. And there's been some other projects at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park to improve sort of the fan experience over the years. But this is really the first project that's come around to address some of these back-of-house issues. And we do have someone here from Skanska if you want further information on sort of the general price increase in the construction market, he might be able to give more information on that.
Sure, if you'd like to share, I'd be more than happy to.
Okay.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome, thank you for having me. I didn't have anything specific prepared, but as John mentioned, and as you see every day in the purchases you're making at home, material and cost escalation has been a significant concern since the start of the pandemic. We saw throughout 2021 a period of hyperinflation that we'd only seen 4 times previously since the 1900s. And those periods usually lasted 4 to 6 months, but this one has lasted 18 months. And then we started to see a taper off at the end of last year when things were starting to get under control with the pandemic. The escalation rate was decreasing, and we were anticipating that this year we would have on the neighborhood of 4 to 8% escalation, where a typical year 3 to 5. Unfortunately, Omicron hit, and that has started spiking pricing again, along with the now conflict in Ukraine, adding more instability. There's just a lot of uncertainty in the material market and availability, driving pricing up. We're now seeing escalation of 25% over the past year or so. And that's, as John said, driving a lot of the pricing.
Thank you so much for that. And to be clear, I understand the dynamics of the market and construction costs going up, but I guess what I think is important to delineate for our constituents and folk watching is that, yeah, construction costs more, but this is also it's not like the ballpark's about to fall apart, or I don't think. You don't want to go over and say that, but that delineate for our constituents and residents that it's not only construction costs, this is also being driven by standards that Major League Baseball has prescribed in order for us to keep our franchise, which is one of the jewels in our crown. here in Durham.
Absolutely. As John said, we have a locker room currently, but Major League standards say the locker room now has to be bigger. So you can't just go into that ballpark and make one room bigger without making another room smaller that Major League Baseball also says has to be bigger.
Right.
So working within that existing facility, as John mentioned, and trying to fit all those pieces is also why we're forced to add an addition on for the batting tunnels to provide that requirement as well.
Got you. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate the information, and I'll yield there. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had a long conversation with Wanda about this item, and was able to get a little bit more details in terms of the amount of money that we're already spending before this $10 million comes into the equation on the ballpark. I right now do not feel like I could make a convincing argument to this community that spending another $10 million on these renovations in order to continue to spend significant amounts of money every year to maintain the ballpark, to pay for the debt and the operations, that's a good use of public money. And I'm wondering if I really need someone to help me understand, what is the case for this? And what are the consequences if we don't do this? So we lose the franchise, then what? Are there alternatives to us taking on this responsibility? The Bulls have an owner, for example. Major League Baseball is requiring this. Are they providing any funds to teams, or to make this happen? I would really like to figure out a way that we don't have to spend $10 million in public money to continue spending millions of dollars in public money to maintain this operation. And maybe there isn't a way, but I want to plumb the depths of our options a little bit.
So there aren't a lot of options that I'm aware of. I mean, these are requirements that we have to do if we want to keep the Bulls franchise. That's my understanding. The Durham Bulls are chipping in toward the project, but since it's a city facility, the majority of the burden falls on the city for this. So as part of the original item that came before council earlier in the spring for the design, the pre-construction contract with Skanska, there's also a cost share agreement with the Bulls. So I didn't go into detail in the agenda memo, but as one of the attachments, the cost estimate shows the portion that we're paying of the cost estimate. And again, this is just an estimation of the cost, so we won't know the true cost until it's bid. But this is ours, Skanska's best guess of what it's going to cost. So the Bulls are contributing about $1 million of the total $10.2 million of the projected construction cost, where the city would be paying 9.1. And so typically these are for things that are above and beyond what are required by the MLB through this agreement. So it's things like, if they want additional lockers or they want a little bit better lockers than what we would typically have, they're paying for those upgrades. If they want, nicer ceilings or light fixtures, something that's just nicer than what might typically be provided, they're chipping in for that. If they want, let's see, sorry, I have to look at my notes. There's a few other areas. There's like a bat swing area and a video coaching area. So there's certain things that they are paying for that's above and beyond what's required.
And are there's no funding, I'm assuming, since you didn't mention it, from Major League Baseball to help people meet their requirements? It's just, here's a mandate and you meet it or we take your team away?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And do you have a sense of, this may be beyond kind of y'all's scope, but what is the financial benefit to the city of Durham of having the Bulls in the Bulls Stadium in actual, dollars, of economic activity? What do we get from it?
I could not answer that.
Okay.
Perhaps someone else in the administration could, but I don't have that information.
Okay. And if we were to not provide the required updates and Major League Baseball says, okay, you can't have a franchise, then what? We just don't have it?
I don't know that either.
Okay. Does anybody know?
Good afternoon, Gina Probst, General Services Department. If we do not complete the requirements of Major League Baseball that flows through minor league baseball, then we would not be able to continue to host games at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. We would not be in compliance with the franchise agreement, and we would not have a franchise agreement in order to enjoy baseball.
I would like to know how much that would cost us in dollars. I know that there's sort of a larger civic goal of, having the Durham Bulls, and it's a point of pride for the city, and that is worth something. But I would like to put some numbers on what we lose if we lose the franchise, if that's possible.
We can work with our partners at the Bulls as well as others to pull whatever economic impact information we can in order to have a full complement of the impact.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you. And then in my conversation with the manager, there was also some discussion about our lease with the Bulls and the requirements of that lease. This may be a city attorney's office question. What kind of requirements do we have as a result of that lease, and what would be the consequences of breaking that by not doing these upgrades?
And Don O'Toole, City Attorney's Office, I don't have that information. Fred Lamar probably is the one in our office most familiar with it. I'm sure that we can work with General Services and have that information for you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to know all the options before we move forward with putting a whole lot more money into what is already kind of a money suck. A beautiful money suck. Think so.
Sure.
Councilman Williams first.
What's the timeline that we're dealing with here? So if we don't move forward today, then what are we up against?
The timeline for fulfilling the standards, the requirements. So it's a stepped sort of requirement. The absolute deadline, I guess, is opening day for 2025. So there's no compliance thresholds for 2021-22. But then beginning on the opening day of 2023, the threshold must be within 30 points. So it's a penalty point sort of system. So we have to be within 30 points by the opening day of 23 season. And then the compliance thresholds decline to 20 points the opening day of 2024, and then down to 10 points on the opening day of 2025. So what we have now is a project that gets us within those 10 points of compliance by next year.
So we have time for you to get the information that Councilwoman Johnson requested without getting to a point where we're losing the franchise.
Well, we need the funding for the project now because it fulfills this one project is designed to fulfill all the requirements we need. So it's not a stepped project over the course of the next few years. It makes sense to go ahead and do it all at once to get it done, if that makes sense.
Noted.
It'll cost more to divide it up among different projects over the next few years.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to offer to staff a comparative and just acknowledging that Richmond didn't do the upgrades and they lost the Braves. Their downtown suffered a huge loss, and so I think that could give you some numbers to look at.
Great, thank you.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate the Councilmember Johnson's important questions about revenues and economic impact, but I just want to be clear, the Bulls ain't going nowhere. And it is a huge jewel in our crown. I know for a fact, just speaking to business owners in the downtown area, I mean, when people come to those Bulls games, it drives so much other economic activity, from restaurateurs to our parking, and whatever. And it's a revenue generating operation. And I think long-term, globally, whatever we spend to do the upgrades, and I think it's important that we have an explanation of what these upgrades are and why we're spending the money. But I don't even want to send the message that we're even considering letting the franchise go at all. I don't want to telegraph that in any way. I do want accountability and an explanation for the money that we're spending, but I just want to make it clear that that's the non-starter for me, the even consideration of losing the Durham Bulls here in Durham for all types of reasons, economic and otherwise. So, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. I appreciate all my council colleagues' comments on this. I also appreciate I think it would be important, regardless of the economic generation that is brought by the Durham Bulls. At the end of the day, it is a private franchise and it is public property, and the city, the taxpayers own that. And so I think it is an important, there's been plenty of cities who have decided not to do publicly funded athletic venues exactly for these types of reasons. So I think it's important for our public to know it is an economic generator, but there is a cost for that economic generation, and folks deserve to at least have an accounting of it. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Just to add to it, privately, I believe there's $1 billion of development that's coming in that area, and I'd like for the city to be a partner in that. So I think what Councilwoman Johnson is asking for, I think it's really good to know, what parts of the city or what assets in the city, are doing for us economically. That's definitely my lane of interest. But I'm looking at it on the positive side. I'd love to know, in addition, how that could actually supplement what's happening over there in the next 5 to 10 years. So, but I'm with you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Any further discussion?
So one of the things that the staff did not speak about is the bidding timeline, and as the council has discussed, some members have discussed this particular item. It is actually on this cycle. It is, the options that we have at the end of the meeting is to leave it on consent or place it on, GBA for further discussion. But also, as the city attorney and the General Services Department Director talked about providing additional information, I would like that to be in the context of how quickly that additional information could be provided compared to the schedule that is proposed in this particular item for the bidding. So if you want to go first, department, and I don't know about the city attorney's ad.
Thank you. I am not quite sure how long it will take to assemble that information. We can work really hard to pull something together in timeline for a Monday night discussion, or to keep this on the schedule if that is the preference. We are constrained and concerned about the ability to get to market, to get bids in order to be prepared to start this project at the close of the season. So that is another thing that's driving our timeline for the construction.
Don O'Toole, City Attorney's Office. I'm emailing with Mr. Lamar, and he's actually looking at that right now. And so I'm sure he can work on the same time frame as General Services.
Madam Mayor, for me, it would be just good to know. I don't want this to be a constraint. Ultimately, I'm going to support keeping the Bulls, so keep that in mind.
Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification. So we're taking this off of consent, just pending what on our next meeting? What is it that we want to know? How much money we make from them? Or I just want to be clear as to what we're asking the staff to bring us.
What I understood is that we would pull together information about the economic impact that the Bulls have in our community.
And you think you will be able to have that available by Monday, hopefully?
By the Monday council meeting.
The 11th, the Monday of our next city council meeting.
I think I can try really hard in the next couple of days to see if we can meet that information supplement by working with some other partners. I don't have that information myself. I will have to rely on others to help with that.
Is that satisfactory now?
Yeah, that's, again, don't let me hold you up. Ultimately, I'm supportive, so please don't, later you can say, hey, Councilman Williams, this is what we found out, but just focus on Councilmember Johnson's request.
I think that was the same request. Yeah, the overall economic impact, and I would also, like to see the information about what we're spending, what the city is spending on debt service maintenance and what we're getting in. I know there's some cost sharing and there's some something else I forget, but yeah, what is coming in, what's going out, and what's the economic impact, so that we can say this is why we think this is. So that we can say to the community, this is why we think it's worth it. It's not just so that we can say Durham Bulls. It's because there's an actual benefit that's accruing to our community. And I don't feel like I can make that argument right now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make it very clear that regardless of the impact analysis, that I think this should move forward. And so I would be fine if it was on the consent agenda or GBA. Either way, I think we need to make sure that we're taking care of our facilities. That's a given as the DPAC, and we're looking to bring on the Wheels skating rink. So we just need to make sure that that's covered. The contracts that we have in place allow us to receive the revenues that we're getting, and so I don't want to make that an issue where it might fall in jeopardy. And so I do want to make sure we uphold our contracts, even though I know we're asking our attorneys to look at them, but it's important to note this should move forward. Thank you.
And I'll just add by saying that I do understand the need for accountability, and that things have really increased, as we all know, from the price of gas to food, the construction. Overall, it's a very difficult financial season for us as a city and for people in their individual lives. However, as I was sitting here thinking about the Durham Bulls, I cannot remember a time that has not been a part of Durham. There was a movie made about the Durham Bulls, Kevin Costner. Durham gets its reputation. A lot of it is derived from its relationship with the Durham Bulls. I cannot imagine a time, so that heartfelt tie for a lot of Durhamites, including myself, you can't monetize that. That's a part of who we are. It's a part of what makes Durham great. So there are some times where the reputation and the tone of a city, to me, that sounds like no Durham without Duke University, or no Durham without North Carolina Central University. You just can't imagine that. So I am sure that there are lots of Durhamites who have that similar state of mind. However, I do recognize that there is a need for accountability when we talk about these types of things. But the Durham Bulls is here to stay, I would agree. Unless something really drastic happens, I can't see that happening. Let us now move to number 16.
Mayor O'Neill, I just wanted to say one last follow-up thing, if possible.
I'm sorry.
On the agenda item we were just discussing, if
yes,
possible,
you
I
may.
just wanted to add one thing. I just want to be clear, from my perspective, I just want a general accounting. I think folks, and I get why folks are feeling this way. There's clearly a lot of emotional attachment to this issue, but people need to understand what that emotional cost is. And I think that that's a fair thing to bring up, and I think it's a fair thing to understand as someone who has to help pass a budget. And I think it's personally helpful to understand the narrative around it. Our public, our residents should have an understanding. My assumption is going to be it's probably a very great positive economic benefit. that story should also be told. At this point, what I'm hearing from staff is that it is unclear on our ledger what it costs to have it versus not. And I think that that's an important thing to share regardless, and I enjoyed Durham, you know, everybody understands the emotional realm we're dealing with, but it's still important to understand the money attached to it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I might, I pulled the item. I was the one who pulled the item. So I am well aware of the need to be transparent and need to give a financial account. And that's why the item was pulled. We're all fiduciaries. But I would venture to say that understanding the nature of the brand of a city is not emotion. That it transcends emotionalism. Understanding what something means to generations of folk, that's not emotion. We're all, you know, intelligent, conscientious fiduciaries of the city, and all of us understand our need to give. Nobody's saying spend money no matter what it, you know, what it costs, just throw money at it. And listen, before those numbers come back, we've heard projections and we've heard reports before about the impact of the Durham Bulls on our city, and both, you know, empirically and anecdotally from merchants that work in that area and business owners that operate downtown. So there's no doubt in my mind that a case is going to be made for the economic vitality of this. But I do want to, you know, just, you know, this isn't about emotion. Nobody's just ranting or throwing emotions around. This is about the brand of our city. We're not only fiduciaries, we're brand ambassadors as well. And I want to let everyone know that when I engage in discussion and debate with this council, my operating assumption is that each of us are concerned about transparency, each of us are concerned about the cost, and that each of us have an eye on that. That's a given. I don't even have to deal with that. That's my assumption when we engage in these debates and discussions, which is why I pulled it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to just delve a little deeper. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Middleton clarifying that the emotion is not just part of this conversation. I think it's also important to acknowledge how many jobs are tied to that and how many people actually work there. And so I think it's going to be difficult for the staff to actually assimilate the actual number beyond just, you know, the facility itself of the worth and value of an organization that's been here for almost 100 years. So I push back on it because I know that folks look at the dollars and cents as if that's the end all and be all, but it's not. And we know that there's a lot of layers to the conversations, and it's really disheartening to hear it's kind of flattened that way. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. We move now to item 16, which was pulled by Councilwoman Freeman, contract with SNME Inc. for traffic study at the Waste Disposal and Recycling Center. Councilwoman Freeman, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just had a quick question in regards to actually requesting an air quality baseline study as well, and I'm not sure if SNME can do that or not, but I do want to make sure that I ask the question while you're moving forward with this study.
Okay. Good afternoon, Wayne Fenton, Assistant Director of Solid Waste. That is not a part of this, but we can certainly make inquiries and see what could possibly be done to include that.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we're now at the time where we're going to take about a 5-minute break so that our technology persons can check on our Zoom features, and then we will move into our presentations following that. Right, so we'll come back. It is 2:13. What is that? Let's come back at 2:20. Might take a little longer. 2:20? 2:20. A little about 7 minutes, right?
That's 7 minutes.
Yeah, let's come back at 2:20, everybody. somewhere in there.
Testing. 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 Testing.
Testing 1 2.
So Laura, I know one of the division's most important projects over the past few years has been the development and implementation of the Equitable Community Engagement Blueprint. What is the blueprint and why was it needed?
The blueprint is a document that we created about almost 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, in response to a few residents coming to a city council meeting and asking and really demanding city council to do a better job of engagement, specifically around the Beltline project. Whenever the city makes decisions and does projects, it can have really positive impacts, but sometimes if we're not careful, it can have negative impacts. And that's where engagement comes in. It's really important to make sure that we're engaging residents to make sure that we see all sides of what's happening and can do our best to mitigate any harm.
You guys doing?
I was looking for an opportunity, and an old friend of mine suggested that I apply at GoDurham. The community really relies on us, on GoDurham public transportation.
Well, I like driving a bus because of the friendly culture. I love it in the morning when people greet me, good morning, they give me a friendly wave, they appreciate you. And that goes a long way being a bus driver in GoDurham.
Anything can be achieved here. You can come in at the bottom and you will be able to excel in a fairly short amount of time. Here, I started as an operator and I'm here now as an operator training specialist. So as long as you stick to it, you can excel.
The perfect candidate that would excel at GoDurham is someone with tenacity, someone with drive, someone who wants to make a difference for their community.
You have to be people-oriented, you have to be experienced, and you have to be on hands, ready to go, but with the proper training, it's just like driving a car.
So as a new driver with road training, come in and you see me and I'm gonna make sure you have all the tools to succeed.
They give you a lot of input and they work with you step by step. So you won't be alone in this.
To anyone considering working for GoDurham, you won't regret it. Please come, please apply. We would love to have you join the GoDurham team.
North Carolina Constitution requires that the courts be always open. We had to figure out how to protect people's constitutional rights. I ultimately decided to get vaccinated. One, I felt it was safe. Two, I have a public-facing job. It was quick, it was easy, I had limited to no side effects. And to me, that's a fair trade-off for staying healthy.
Stay up to date on your COVID-19 vaccine. Find out when you're due for your booster. Visit myspot.nc.gov.
Testing and testing.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we are back. Oh, Don Greeley has come. All right, we're going to briefly return to item 10, the award of the construction contract for the Eno River Force Main Relocation Project to J.F. Wilkerson Contracting Company, Inc., and Mr. Greeley has joined us. Thank you so much. I think this item was approved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and I'll turn it over to him and to Mr. Greeley.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I apologize for the technology challenges that we were having today. Here to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Don. I appreciate your leaning in and actually coming to the chamber from where you are. That's commitment. Thank you. Very quickly, the item 10. Okay, I have to get my bearings. So I J.F. Wilkerson Contracting Inc. I'm very, very pleased that they're using certified firms for their UBE goals. But and this question actually might be better for some of our equity folk. Again, our equity goals, again, in previous conversations, not in this conversation, our equity goals are about minority and women-owned businesses, but it's also about Durham as well. You know, we want to empower some of these type of businesses in Durham, and I noticed that the companies are Zebulon and Youngsville. They're from the certified list. That's not a bad thing, and I'm sure there are trucking companies in Durham. But I guess my question is about the list. For our certified firms on the UBE list, when we award contracts, can the company just look at that list? And I'm looking at you, but I know some other folk may jump in on this answer. Can you just pick anybody from that list as long as they're on a certified list, or do we encourage folk to lean towards Durham companies if they're on the list, Madam Manager?
Thank you for that question. I knew we might tag team a little bit here. So the hub database is a list of qualified firms. And in order for a majority firm to meet the goals, as long as there is a qualified firm, certified firm used, then the goals can be met with that certified firm. We do provide a sub-list to majority firms so that they may try to reach out to individuals that can do the scope of work to bid on the project. As you will note, these are construction projects, so regardless of who the subcontractor is, they still receive bids from them. So the answer is they can select and come to the table with someone that has been selected that is certified, and if it happens to be someone from our local community, then you get two for one, but they're not required to pick someone from the local community, and they also are looking at the bids that they receive for that scope of work.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Manager. Do we know what, and if we don't know this is something we can research, what percentage of interest or companies on the certified list are, in fact, Durham companies or local? Do we know that?
We certainly do know where their headquarters is located, because it's probably about 4,000 certified firms on the hub list, and their name of the company, their address, their contact information, email addresses, is all there. So the answer is yes, we do know where they're from, where they list their headquarters to be.
Okay, and is how well represented is Durham on that list, just generally speaking? Do we know? Or?
I think the representation is dependent upon the scope of work. So in some scopes of work, we may be represented well, and in others, there may not be anyone in Durham that can provide the scope of work. I certainly want to be very clear that the staff members that work in the space, they are trying to assist firms, and sometimes the bidding phase, it has a certain limitation in time, and they want to make sure that they are providing firms that actually do the scope of work that the prime contractor is looking for. Because as I mentioned, the list is pretty long. It's like 4,000 businesses. So they go into into that list, and they look for a subset of firms who may be helpful. And this is presented to the firms during their pre-bid conferences and in the packages, so that it kind of is all up front.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that, Madam Manager. And absolutely no shade towards Autry Construction Company or Covenant Trucking Company whatsoever, and I'm glad that we have, as part of our internal architecture at the city, folk who are looking to make sure that these companies are representative, and we've got more work to do to build capacity amongst our own local interests and companies as well, but we're certainly on the right road, and I just want to acknowledge that work on behalf of our people. Thank you so much, Don, for coming, and good to see you in person.
Likewise. Take care.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We will now turn to our presentations. We have 3 this afternoon, and we will take them in the order that they appear on our agenda. The first one, item number 17, is an update on the Durham Safe Routes to School program. The second will be item number 18, the 2019 Trail Implementation Program. And then item 20, the Shared Economic Prosperity Durham Small Business Work Plan Built to Last and YouthWorks program. And we will start with item 17, the update on Durham Safe Routes to School program. Mr. Dale McKeel.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Dale McKeel. I work in the Transportation Department, and it's great to be with you in person today, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. Durham has been doing work in the Safe Routes to School area, providing bicycle education, teaching children how to walk and bike safely, and promoting walking and biking to school or at school for a number of years. The Partnership for a Healthy Durham led a lot of these efforts. But a few years ago, the North Carolina Department of Transportation put together a grant program that provided us an opportunity to expand our program to give it a little bit more stability. And the city put out a request for proposals and reviewed some applications that were received, and ultimately awarded a contract to Bike Durham to provide these services. And John Talmadge, the executive director of Bike Durham, is here today to talk about the work that we've been doing in this area.
Good afternoon. Madam Mayor, members of council, Madam Manager, thank you for this opportunity to present to you the work we've been doing with Dale and Sean in the Transportation Department over the past year with the Safe Routes to School program. And thank you for this opportunity to hopefully bring you a bit of joy today, because of all the benefits that a Safe Routes to School program offers. Joy for the elementary school students is one of the most rewarding for those of us working on this program. The only thing I'll point out here, because Dale covered this, is that we have an oversight relationship with the City of Durham and Durham Public Schools through Dale, and then on the school side, Matthew Palmer and their new transportation planner, Kristen Brookshire. We meet with them bi-weekly to review the direction and the implementation of this program. Through this grant, there are really two complementary components, the walk, bike, and roll to school events, and the bike safety classes. And I'll share our experience with those with you. But it's also evident to everyone involved in this that the third leg of the stool are the infrastructure improvements that need to occur to make sure that there is safe walking and biking infrastructure for the students and the families to feel comfortable for their kids to come to school. Bike Durham is a local Durham nonprofit organization that works on sustainable transportation. You can see our vision and mission here. Today in the chamber is our board member Carmen Kwan, who is the chair of our education committee that we house this in. We do the work with an employee, part-time employee, Jacopo Montobio, and some contractors, including Stephen Mullaney, who also works in the schools and has been an outdoor educator for many years. And educator is Bess Baldwin and Ruth Brown. And we're currently recruiting for additional paid and volunteer safety educators to be able to expand the offerings in the schools. Walk, bike, and roll to school events are one of the key elements that we're able to offer, and it's related directly to the key objective, which is to see more students walking, biking, and rolling to school. That requires the safe routes, that there are sidewalks and places where kids can walk and bike and cross streets safely. It requires a culture of walking and biking to school, and it requires skills on behalf of the students. And so we're working on building that culture through these events and the skills for the biking. Let me point out, in October, the first time we did this on a large scale, and we had good participation from 13 elementary schools, over 5,000 students. These were both walk to school events and walk at school events. There are some schools where it's not really still safe to get from off of campus onto campus because there aren't sidewalks connecting to the school. And in those cases, there were often walk events that were organized on the campus of the schools. This year, May 4th, is National Bike to School Day. Throughout the month of May, and on that date, we'll be working with elementary schools. Our target is to engage 20 schools in the activities and more than 7,500 students. Eastway Elementary likes to do it big. They did it just before Halloween this past fall, and so kids were in costumes, there was music. They started at the Save-A-Lot across the street and went around the block. A big parade with the teachers, the administrators, Principal Brooks, parents. It was a great morning. We're also working for this spring with C.C. Spalding. We've made a connection with the Recreation Department at North Carolina Central University, so students will go off campus to walk around a section of North Carolina Central and back to campus. And Merrick Moore, we're working with fire and police to be able to close a section of Cheek Road for that morning so that the students can walk through the neighborhood off of campus and back to the school. And again, we hope to have 20 schools involved with that this May. The Bicycle Safety Skills course is the other key activity that we offer. We've been at Merrick Moore, Spring Valley, and Eastway in the fall. We're just finishing up at Creekside Elementary this week, and then we'll be at Glen and Eno Valley. And we may be able to be at a fourth school this spring if we bring on those educators and work out the schedule. One thing to point out is we're prioritizing the schools that have high proportions of youth that are families that are eligible for the free and reduced lunch. In this first year, we also need a willing partner on the part of the school and a PE teacher or PE coach who is enthusiastic about bringing it in. So we're prioritizing those schools. If you're familiar with Durham schools, you'll notice that a couple of those don't fall into that category, but we're still working to go to those schools first. The bicycle safety course is we see students 4 different times, whether that's 4 days out of the week or once a week for 4 weeks, depending upon how the school structures their PE class. There's in-class elements, there's on-bike elements, and they walk away from the end of the time with some skills that they're bringing back home. This is the testimonial from one of the students at Merrick Moore. And one of the things we love about this is he talks about bringing this back home to his family and his cousins and encouraging them to get on their bikes at home. So even though he's at Merrick Moore Elementary, where there is not safe infrastructure to get to that school, he is still being able to use these skills at home. We know that some of the students don't have access to bicycles, and we've started a program in cooperation with the Bicycle Co-op where we're able to, through the school, either the PE coach or a counselor, identify students that need bicycles and are able to match many of them up with bicycles at the end of the program. Just a couple more shots of kids on bike and doing the course, getting instruction, getting the helmets, learning how to pump up a tire, learning how to put on their helmet and put on a safety vest, learning the importance of being visible, and making sure that your bike's in good condition before you get out on the road. We're also getting great feedback from the PE coaches that we're working with. This one in particular, one of the takeaways here is her last statement about looking forward to having this program back next year. That's what we love to hear, but we also don't want this to be just a one-time a year that we're able to interact with students. These are skills that require practice to stay good at and to refine. So we're hoping to work through deeper relationships with some of these schools so that the kids have more touch points throughout the year. And also exploring ways to do activities outside of the school. So at Eastway Elementary, at the conclusion of the in-school program, Coach Watson suggested that we do an event on a Saturday at the school. We invited the neighbors at Franklin Village, and we had about 40 different families show up that Saturday and go through the skills course there as well. Some of them were students that had been in the school, but then there were other students that were either other ages, or they were siblings of those kids who were in the school, or they were from the community. Some of the activities coming up next, I've mentioned both this May is the walk, bike, and roll to school, and we hope to have 20 schools and maybe up to 14,000 students involved. We've are identifying some Spanish-speaking educators, bilingual educators, because so many of the DPS students come from Spanish-speaking families, and so we hope to add that very soon. We will be doing summer programming, so many of the DPS students are able to go to their school throughout the summer for extra enrichment activities, or because they had that year of Zoom, there's still a lot of catch-up. And so bringing PE and bringing the bicycle safety education into the summer schools. And then finally, deepening the relationships with schools, raising the awareness so that more schools are looking to be engaged with us, and leveraging the interest that we're seeing from the administration, the educators, the families, to be able to get some of those physical improvements so that more families can actually feel safe having their kids walk and bike to school. Thank you very much. There's different ways that you can follow the work of Bike Durham and this program, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Freeman, that was absolutely great.
Yes, thank you. And I have to say that I have to appreciate Jim McDuffie for introducing me to the Bike Walk Day over 10 years ago. And my only one request over the years has always been, do we have to do it all on one day? Because I've only been able to get to Y.E. Smith and Eastway on that day. I really appreciate this project coming forward, and I'm glad that there is funding. And I just want to make sure that it's clear that when you're talking about infrastructure specifically, it's not limited to just sidewalks and bike lanes, that it also includes bike station repairs. And so the one that I know that is available in East Durham is at Shepherd's House Church. And that's because a private citizen installed it there. And so I don't know if there's a map that shares the bike stations that are also available publicly, but I know that those private ones have been the only ones I've seen in East Durham. So if you do know of some, if you could share that, that would be great. And that was my main question. And also just to heap on the praise and saying thank you for doing what you're doing. I know that it's not just bikes, it's pedestrian safety, but the bike piece is helpful for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Just a quick question. Good to see you in person beyond Zoom. Do we have kids that you know of that are in need of bikes? Or do we have a pipeline of donation opportunities just to get more kids involved?
Yes. So through the schools, we are working with, as we are partnering with the school, offering the training, using either their counselors or their PE coach to identify students who might need those, and we've been working with the Bicycle Co-op. There are other organizations in the Triangle that, including our own police department at Christmas time, that work to either purchase bicycles or have donated bicycles upfit for distribution to kids. But we're specifically trying to do that in conjunction with this, the program and the kids that we're interacting with, and make sure that they get a bicycle as well as lights and a helmet, so that they have all the safety equipment.
Thank you so much. And we were sharing a few Zooms together, and I reached out and asked you to call me, but I realized that I'd logged in mistakenly under my restaurant name. So that wasn't a restaurant asking you to call, it was me. So I'll reach out to you. That was my mistake, and now I know why you never called.
All right.
But thank you.
Yes, sir. I think we had someone that was going to say something. If you wanted to come back to the mic, sir, you may.
I was going to share with Councilmember Freeman that there was a repair station installed at Holton Resource Center. It's been probably nine months ago or so. And so there are now two in East Durham. But it is a good suggestion to better publicize those locations.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. Good to see you. And I hope you invite us. I like to do the bike walk things at the schools. It's fun. Club Boulevard it's been many years since I've been at that school, but it was always a very fun thing to do. And I think I went out to Merrickmore this past fall, and it is a good, reminder that a lot of our schools are not safe to get to, and they do not have the infrastructure. And we need to do a better job about that. So I appreciate the program. I look forward to joining you all in May. And we need to do a better job making sure our kids can access our schools so that they can bike and walk.
And we will, as we get the dates and times for the different schools, we will certainly extend invitations to you all to join those as you can.
Anyone else? Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I was also able to go out to Merrickmore for their day last fall, and it was a great activity to have happening during the pandemic too, for kids to be able to be outside and have fun and hang out together in a situation where school has become a lot more controlled, like they have to be social distancing, and so I think they really enjoyed it. Like, it was a lot of fun for me as well, and for the teachers and the kids to be able to go outside and just enjoy, being together outside. They were super excited about, being able to run around, and they're always really excited about free helmets and getting to check out bikes. And yeah, so this is just a really good program. I'm glad that we're supporting it, and y'all seem like a perfect organization to take this on for us. So thank you for your work, and look forward to being able to attend these events again.
Thank you. It's been a good partnership.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, and thank you for all your hard work. This is a feel-good one. So thank you. Thank you so much. We'll now turn to our next presentation, which is item 18, the 2019 Trail Implementation Program. Ms. Lindsay Smart.
Good afternoon. I'm Lindsay Smart with the city's Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you for having me here this afternoon to review the 2019 Trail Implementation Program. For the next 15 minutes, I'm going to go through a little bit of Durham's trail history and bring into focus some efforts that are more current and going on now, and then we're going to look to the future for what's next with our trail program. Our first trail opened in 1985, and it was the Ellerby Creek Trail Phase 1. And since that trail opened, we have built just over 31 miles of trail. When we think about mileage of trails in Durham, we also do a comparison based on population. And so when we look at the 31 miles of trail and our 2020 population estimate was 283,000. We also look around the triangle to see what our peer communities, our neighbors here, are doing. And in the triangle, there's almost 245 miles of trail collectively between these four different municipalities and towns. So that's pretty interesting. We did notice that we are starting to fall a little bit behind, though, some of our neighbors here in the Triangle. So that initiated us to look at the progress that we've made since 2011, when the 2011 Trails and Greenways Master Plan was adopted. And so since the adoption of that plan, we have made great progress. We have built about 6 miles of trail listed here. We also have received federal funding for 3 trail projects that are currently underway: the Downtown Rail Trail, the extension of the Third Fort Creek Trail, and the R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail. And in 2017, Deputy City Manager Ferguson created the Trail Action Group, which is an interdepartmental group of technical staff that all overlap construction and delivery of trails in Durham. So we have made great progress since 2011 on advancing the Durham Trail Program. When the TAG group, the Trail Action Group, was initiated, we pulled together all of those technical experts to discuss barriers to construction. Why are we doing such a great job yet falling behind some of our neighbors here in the Triangle? So the TAG group got together for a series of meetings to identify those barriers and really focus on implementation. What does the future hold for us? How do we overcome those barriers? So we had participation from 10 different departments, well, 9 different departments, as well as the Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro Metropolitan Planning Organization. So thank you to the city manager and all of the deputy city managers for loaning us your staff. This was a very comprehensive and time-consuming process. We met over 6 months to identify barriers and talk to everybody who is somehow related to any project delivery here in Durham to come up with a short list of those barriers, those challenges that we need to focus on overcoming to be able to advance the trail system here. And we came up with this list of 5 lessons learned: right-of-way acquisition, design constraints, project cost estimating compared to bids that we get back when we advertise the project, funding strategy, diversifying a funding strategy, and permitting challenges. All of that information went into the development of a scope of work for this 2019 Trail Implementation Program. I am the Durham Parks and Recreation staff liaison to the Trails Committee of the Durham Open Space and Trails Commission. So in that role as liaison to the DOS Trail Committee, I met with DOS to also get their input on this scope of work. So while the technical team that you saw the photos of before, while they were working on drafting scope of work, the Trails Committee also participated in that, and I brought all of that information to the technical team, and we developed the scope of work to then procure services for an engineering and planning team to help us deliver this scope of work. So the 3 large elements of the scope of work that make up the Trail Implementation Program are an overall trail network review, and the strategic corridor feasibility and implementation program document. The first element of the scope of work is the overall trail network review. And so this is the overall trail network from the adopted 2011 master plan. There's 96 miles of trail recommended in the city that we are still working towards. And most of the trail recommendations are along bodies of water, which create a lovely user experience for the trail users, but we start to get into some design constraints because Durham is in the Falls Lake watershed and the Jordan Lake watershed, which are both 2 impaired watersheds. So one of those lessons learned from the earlier slide was some design constraints. Well, here's some reflection on that, having such a great trail user experience by being along these bodies of water in nature, a little bit more or less urban stimulation, more recreational feel. We then have more design constraints because we are in those constrained watersheds. The overall trail network was also evaluated for opportunities and constraints and redundancies. Since 2011, the Transportation Department and other partners have made great strides in building sidewalks and installing bike lanes and shared lane markings and different bicycle facilities. So there was a comparison for where we have recommendations for shared use trails and on roadways that have recently received sidewalks and bike lanes, because it wouldn't be a good use of city funds to take out what we just built take out sidewalks and bike lanes that we just built and put a trail there. So looking at that redundancy and where have safer bicycle and pedestrian corridors already been created, and so where should we then focus dollars out? So we should then focus tax dollars elsewhere. While all of that was going on, while the overall trail network was being reviewed and evaluated by the consultant team, I had a series of meetings with the DOS Trail Committee, and they selected the 9 priority trails that would be studied as part of this program. And these are the 9 trails, excuse me, the Downtown Rail Trail Connector to the R. Kelly Bryant Trail, the Pearsontown Trail Extension, the Lion Park American Tobacco Trail, Forest Hills Park Connector Trail. We need to have a naming meeting to shorten some of these names. This slide in itself could probably take about 5 minutes. The Rockwood Trail, the North Prong Creek Trail, Campus Hill Connector Trail, Third Fork Creek Tributary Trail, the Warren Creek Trail Extension, the Sandy Creek Trail Extension, and the Panther Creek Rail Trail. So those were the 9 priority trails that DOS identified and put forth for the scope here for this implementation program. And these 9 trails were studied in great detail for, again, those lessons learned, those barriers to trail delivery. There's a pretty good geographic distribution around Durham. Those 9 trails were, in addition to geographic distribution, those 9 trails were evaluated for constructability and community context factors, because geographic distribution is not the only important criteria to consider for building out Durham's trails. So there are, the trail constructability factors that were looked at was hydrology, wetlands, stream crossings, structures along the trail, topography, and land ownership. Some of those are those kind of repeating themes here of those 5 lessons learned, or those barriers to construction. So those 9 priority trails were evaluated for constructability to overcome those challenges. Community context factors were also a big part of this feasibility and evaluation of these trails. Key destinations, trip generators, network connectivity, multimodal hub, safety, and equity. The consultant team performed site analysis for those 9 trails. They walked as many of the corridors as they were able to access without trespassing on private property. We told them that they should avoid doing that. So they walked as many of the corridors as they could, and they also performed desk review of all available data for environmental constraints and connectivity and all of those factors that we just saw on the previous slide. They delivered a very technical document to us that we needed the whole technical team to get back together to review, and the alignment evaluations that were delivered in that document. One example is shown here. This is a section of the extension of the Sandy Creek Trail. Opportunities and constraints and other alignment information was all detailed throughout a map with several pages of information that went with a whole bunch of these maps. So I'm going to walk through the 9 priority trails to give some context and background to each of them, and then we'll talk about the entire document. So the Downtown Rail Trail to the R. Kelly Bryant Trail Connector is approximately 0.6 miles as the crow flies to connect the eastern termini of the Downtown Rail Trail. That termini is currently at Avondale Drive, and this trail connector would connect that trail to the northern termini of the R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail that is currently in design, and that northern termini is at Drew Granby Park. So this priority trail project would connect those two trails that are in design. The Pearson Town Trail extension is approximately 1.5 miles, and it extends from the current termini of the current Pearson Town Trail. It extends north through NC Central University, continues north to make a connection to the Hayti Heritage Center. The American Tobacco Trail, Forest Hills Park, Lion Park Connector. That trail connects the Tuscaloosa Lakewood neighborhood through West End neighborhood to Lion Park, through Forest Hills neighborhood, through Forest Hills Park, and connects to the American Tobacco Trail. And that's a pretty key connection as we have some park projects going on right now that we are making sure we accommodate this future trail alignment as part of those projects. The Rockwood Trail, this project connects beyond the intersection of 15501 Business, the Durham Chapel Hill Boulevard, and University Drive, and then travels southeast through Rockwood Park, and to connect to the Third Fork Creek Trail that is currently in design right around the Weaver Street Recreation Center and Weaver Street Park. North Prong Creek Trail, the Campus Hills Connector, is approximately 4.5 miles, and it begins down at Meridian Parkway and travels north to Campus Hills Recreation Center, and then continues up to Dakota Street, the intersection of Dakota Street and Austin Avenue, and that intersects with the southern end of the current, or the R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail that's currently in design. The Third Fork Creek Tributary Trail is our only true east-west alignment that we have for a trail corridor in these 9 priority trails. Most of the other trails follow bodies of water and therefore primarily run north-south or northwest to southeast. This trail will connect the existing Third Fork Creek Trail to the American Tobacco Trail near Fayetteville Street. And the Warren Creek Trail is our northernest most trail in this group of 9 priority trails. It will connect the southern side of West Point on the Eno Park down to Horton Road and make the connection to the existing Warren Creek Trail. The Sandy Creek Trail extension is approximately 2 miles, and there's the existing Sandy Creek Park and Sandy Creek Trail is in the middle, and we asked for the consulting team to evaluate a northern extension up to the Albular Trail near Cornwallis Road, and there's potential to run it further north up to Cameron Boulevard, and also evaluate opportunity to run that trail southward across 15501, which is one of the reasons that we have a very high cost estimate here, and to connect to the existing New Hope Creek Trail. And at first we were met with some exasperation from the consultant team trying to figure out how to get across 15501 in there, and we said, yes, that is a big priority, is to figure out how to cross that roadway and connect to these trails down here. So they looked into it and they figured out a way. And the final trail of the 9 priority trails is the Panther Creek Trail. It's about 6 to 7 miles as the crow flies from eastern Durham near Junction Road and travels east-northeast out to Falls Lake, kind of near Cardinal Point. And that is along the former Panther Creek rail line. I think that was the name of the rail line. It's along a former rail line through there. So all of the evaluation of the overall network, as well as the close evaluation or more detailed look at the 9 priority trails, all went together into the implementation program document. And while the technical committee and DOST and the specifically the Trails Committee of DOST, reviewed all of that analysis and all the recommendations, the consultant team started to develop the funding strategy and implementation strategy for all of those 9 priority trails. So the implementation and funding strategy for the 9 priority trails includes alignment options. They were tasked with figuring out at least 2 alternate alignments for every trail, every one of the 9 trails. Opinions of probable costs. I will note that those are 2019 dollars. So because those estimates were put together in 2019 for us. So all of the cost estimates on each of those slides will have to have a year of expenditure inflation added to them. The permitting needs for each of those projects, as well as a funding strategy. Historically, the city has funded a lot of our city trails with federal funds, U.S. Department of Transportation federal funds that are available through the NCDOT prioritization process. It's a competitive scoring process, and we've been very lucky to receive a lot of that grant funding, but we have to diversify our funding strategy because not all of our trails, not all 96 miles of trail would be competitive for that process. So how else? So the consultant team was tasked with how else we could look at delivering our trail projects. Here. This is a lot of text on it. This is a high-level summary of those 9 priority trails and the funding strategy. So the consultant team looked at each of those trails and compared the alignments and all of the constructability factors and community context factors, and compared it to the way NCDOT SPOT, the Strategic Prioritization Office of Transportation, how they score projects. So where the project appeared, where a certain project appeared to be competitive for that scoring, it's put in this category. The strategy is to pursue the federal transportation funding. We have a high likelihood of receiving those funds, receiving federal funds for these 3 trail projects. The Rockwood Trail and the North Prong Creek Campus Hill Connector Trail likely would not score well through that competitive grant process. So the consultant team is recommending that the city consider funding those 2 projects with CIP dollars and not pursue NCDOT funding for that. And then the last 4 projects down here, the Third Fork Creek Trail, Warren Creek Trail, the Sandy Creek Trail, and the Panther Creek Trail, those all are recommended to be developed with city CIP dollars, as well as private partnerships and through development agreements with developers who develop land along those corridors. The next steps in this process is to develop a public engagement strategy and figure out how best to engage the Durham community on 9 trail corridors. And so develop an appropriate strategy and plan, and then start to conduct that equitable public engagement with a focus on those 9 corridors, and continue those conversations in those neighborhoods while different funding cycles start to come up, so that we can have that public input and priorities from the neighborhoods so that we can meet those funding cycles. And then begin to incorporate public comment and influences into the decision-making for priority trails and exact alignments, trail amenities, and different elements of the trail that the public can comment on and give us direction on, and continue to prioritize projects and those design elements as we continue to have those public conversations. So with that, thank you so much for listening to this Durham Trail Program story, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Ms. Smart. That's a great presentation. I really appreciate the overview and the work of DOST and so many folks in the community to pull that recommendation for the 9 trails as a priority. I do want to just ask a couple questions, and I'm just thinking about it off the top of my head, just listening and thinking about some of the things that have been going on. The 31 miles that we're talking about, does that include all of our, I guess, is it including roadways that would be safe for dirt bikes or four-wheelers?
No, the 31 miles are just the shared use trails, like the tobacco trail, like an 8 or a 10-foot wide trail that's available for all non-motorized users.
Okay. And just noting I know there's a area by East End Park. There's two specific areas. The first is the area where the bridge is broken, and I think it's kind of like just marked as not, like as a don't use, but people are still using. And I'm just wondering if that is included in the North Prong Trail as a repair at all.
It is not. That bridge is actually not along any of our trail corridors. It's in East End. That bridge is in East End Park, and it's important. It's an important project for us to replace that bridge.
Okay. So it would just be a replacement, not a part of any of the trails?
Correct.
Okay. And then just acknowledging that there's a huge swath of land back there behind the East End, across the way off of Austin Avenue. Are there any plans to address that at all?
I'd have to look more specifically at some of those parcels. I don't remember the different alignment, all of the different alignment alternatives for I think it's called the Downtown Rail Trail, R. Kelly Bryant Bridge Trail connection, which would come through there. So I'd have to go back and look at that, but I'm happy to.
I will say that would actually bring you through, so you could come from Eastway into East End Park and then go straight into the tail end of the Beltway or the Green Beltway, what have you. And so it would be great to have that included in some way, shape, or form in an update. So.
Yep. Thank you.
I think that was all I had. I would also, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Just understanding the cost breakdown, the consultants generated this as a, what it may cost to do this, is that correct?
Correct.
Each trail?
Each trail.
Okay, all right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon, Lindsay. Great presentation. Good to see you. Firstly, I want to say, we didn't, it wasn't lost on me, the nod to Parks and Rec, the show in your presentation. I saw my man Ron Swanson in the slide saying as a permit. By the way, Parks and Rec is probably the truest depiction of what it's like to work in local government that we've ever seen on television, so I would commend it to everyone. I wanted to ask first off, there's no better position, I think, entity than DOST to kind of quarterback this for us and kind of direct us. But I am curious as to, with the identification of the priority trails, did we just totally outsource that to them and they just came back with the list, or how much engagement was there with them on their methodology in terms of identifying these trails?
The 9 priority trails are included in the 2011 master plan. So they were selected through the broad public engagement process that was conducted in 2009 and 10 for the development, because that plan was adopted in 2011. So through those years when that public involvement was conducted, all of those trails are in the master plan. They're part of the 96 miles of trail in that. So they weren't new trails that were identified and drawn and selected by DOST. We looked at the 5 priority trail brochure from 2014. DOST reviewed that. That was endorsed by council as the next 5 priority trails back then. So DOST reviewed that as well as the 2011 master plan and suggested those 9 priorities.
Got you. And I'm glad you said it, because that you've given voice to the larger engagement process, because it just reads like DOS chose these. So it's important. I think that you know, it couldn't be a better folk to run point for us, but I'm glad you spoke to the larger engagement that went into identifying the list. The numbers that are attached to each trail, I guess it's speculative at this point what it might cost each trail extension. Are those numbers, those are just construction numbers. Do those numbers take into account the possibility of having to pay off, you know, acquire land or eminent domain or paying for, is that just construction numbers?
Those numbers are all in for design, acquisition, and construction.
Got you. All right. I think that's it for me. Great presentation. I will say that, you know, it's nice, it's important, I think, when you live in urban environments to have areas that are oasis and respite and green and open for folk, for our health and for our sanity as a city. So this is incredibly important and crucial work to maintaining that important balance as a great American city, we know, but we don't want it to be all concrete and skyscrapers. So thank you for this incredibly important work that you're leading for us.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Lindsay. Could you tell us a little bit more about the NCDOT spot process and what we would have to do to get that grant funding? And any limitations on it? Like, could we get funding for all three of these projects? Do we have to pick?
It's been a couple years since I worked in the transportation department, so I may not be the best staff to answer that question. Every 18 months to 2 years, NCDOT does a prioritization process, and it's a scoring process. And municipalities all submit their priority projects to the Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro Metropolitan Organization, and then the MPO as a whole takes all of those projects and prioritizes them for submittal to SPOT. So it's sort of that first round is prioritization. I don't know if there's that's not true, excuse me. A few years ago when I worked for the MPO in the Transportation Department, their MPOs were limited to, I think, 24 projects that they could submit. And that could be outdated information at this point, but there was a cutoff for how many projects could be submitted to NCDOT for each round of the prioritization. And so that's 24 projects for all of the communities in the MPO, and I'm sure you're aware of all of those. So the MPO does a prioritization process within itself to identify the most competitive projects to put forward. If you put forward projects that aren't very competitive, you're sort of losing that slot. And the consultant team for this implementation program was tasked with looking at each of those 9 projects and developing alternate alignments. And some of the alternate alignment options could be an opportunity to be more competitive. If we moved a trail a different direction, or we kind of change the trail corridor a little bit, we might pick up points from that competitive process. That was the goal. Those alignment alternatives focused on a funding strategy, not necessarily community context factors, because that's something that the city has learned. The way that NCDOT prioritizes projects through that scoring process doesn't always align very closely with the values of Durham. And so we wanted to maintain the integrity of the trail corridor that was identified through that public engagement process for the 2011 master plan, but also say, okay, if we deviated from those values and we went to just focus on getting more points for the grant process to get a project funded, what would that look like? So that's included in the document.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Do you know, and like a ballpark number is fine, how much funding there's available for like in an 18-month cycle?
I don't know.
Okay.
One of our recent calls that we had related to the downtown rail trail, members of the transportation department were on that call, and they said that Spot 6, they're actually not taking any new projects. They're trying to more fully fund existing projects, because a lot of bids are coming back higher, and so NCDOT is working with all the municipalities to more fully fund
Gotcha.
the existing projects.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know NCDOT is having a lot of their own budget issues lately, and so, these are real big numbers. It'd be really great if we could get some state support, and yeah, figuring out how we can be our best chance to get that seems like, absolutely the right strategy. And I'll try not to be too skeptical. We should definitely try to get this funding, and just trying to get a sense of like how likely it is. Thanks.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. Good to see you, Lindsay. Thanks for presenting here. I just wanted to thank you and Dost. I know you all do a lot of work around this, and I'm excited. I will say, as an MPO member, I know what's happening with NCDOT, so I do have some concerns around the funding for those specific trails. I'm glad that we are diversifying our funding sources so some things can move forward even if other things can't. And again, just thank you for the excellent presentation and all the work.
Anyone else?
I didn't say thank you, and I apologize. Thank you for this.
Thank you for your time.
I'm drinking coffee and it's not working, so.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple more questions. And I don't know if there is already an existing map that shows alleyways, but if you could direct me to that, that would be helpful.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
I'm sorry, alleyways, I'm sorry, I'm talking into this mic instead of this one. If there's an existing map that shows the different alleys across the city, I'm just trying to get a feel for how much of the urban side of this open space conversation we're still missing. Just acknowledging that in, I think, 2019, we added scooters to the mix. And so in addition to bike and walk, we've got scooters, four-wheelers, and dirt bikes, and they all need some place to ride. So I just want to make sure that the network is really robust, and there's a real opportunity on the east side of Durham, where I'm talking about where the East End Park is, and the connection coming from the R. Kelly Bridge straight into the Belt Line. So I just want to make sure we maximize our opportunities. To Councilmember Johnson's point, I think we can gain quite a bit of points when we start to add in the environmental aspects of how we could mitigate a couple of things. So I look forward to those conversations. Thank you.
Well, I learned a lot today from you, Ms. Smart. I appreciate the lesson and all of the information about the trails today. I do share some concerns about where we're going to allow our ATV riders, our four-wheel riders, every summer. As it gets warmer, we see more and more of them on our streets, and it would be really nice for them to have a safe place to ride. But hopefully I'll be meeting with the Durham Parks and Recs. So I have a couple other things I'd like to talk about so I can at least get up to speed. I was always a worker with Durham Parks and Recreation Department as a child. I was a tennis court attendant and swam a lot in a lot of the pools. So Durham Parks and Recreations has always been near and dear in my life. So I look forward to talking with you and learning more. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
And your presentation.
Thank you for everyone's time.
All right, we'll now move to item 20, our presentation on Shared Economic Prosperity Durham Small Business Work Plan, Built to Last, and YouthWorks Program Update. Mr. Andrew Pettigrew.
Good afternoon. Andre Pettigrew, Director of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council and City Manager, I'm here to provide an update on the status of the OEWD Small Business Work Plan. In addition to that, we are providing an update on our Summer YouthWorks program, which applications are out now. Adria Graham-Scott will start our presentation and provide that update. I'll follow up with the update on the work plan, as well as an update on the Built to Last Innovation Lab. And I believe that Stella Adams may also be available as the board chair to provide some comments. Adrian.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. My name is Adria Graham-Scott. I'm with the Office of Economic Workforce and Development. And make sure I can move these slides. Okay. This should take me. Okay, I think I have it. Don't move the press. Okay. Oops. Okay, I want to move it. All right. As you know, I provided an update for you that was essentially a synopsis of an assessment that was provided to us by RTI as a third-party evaluation organization that came in to look at our YouthWorks program and determine the efficacy of the program. And I provided that information to you when we last met about a month ago. Today, I'm giving you a brief update on that, but just as a summary to look back on what we covered then to just set the stage for what we're doing going forward. I just wanted to recap some of the things that went well with our program. We served over 375 participants. We had a number of workforce and professionals engaged, almost 400, 395. And overall, I think we received really high marks on our program structure and the content. Where we had some real challenges were with our organizational platforms. And so I call those the pain points. And that's the areas that we've been trying to focus on in our launch for this year, looking at some of the process issues and to resolve them so that our participants will have less complication in terms of being a part of the program, engaging in it and moving forward with it. So part of the problems that were identified, some of the process issues that were identified was the fact that the enrollment process, the onboarding process was pretty complex, requiring up to 6 different applications. And so we're trying to streamline that. We've already opened our interest form, and at about 11 o'clock this morning, I took a look at our enrollment, and we were about at a little over 750, about 760 applicants thus far. And so our goal is to reduce the number of those applications that our young people will have to apply as they move into the program. The second real area of concern was around the stipend payment process, and that, of course, occurs at the back end. And so we are in conversations with a couple of our program partners in an effort to try to reduce the complexity of that, and hopefully with the reduction of the complexity, we also will reduce the timeline and be able to get stipends to our young people in a much more efficient way. Our program is still going to be hybrid this year with all of the uncertainty around our health landscape. We are still looking to try to ensure that we're maximizing the benefit of providing as many options as possible to our young people. So we will offer them a hybrid program this year. And last year's program, if you recall, was primarily virtual. And one of the challenges we had then in launching something new and trying to make it work was the number of platforms that we had to integrate in order to make the program virtual, 100% virtual. So there were several different platforms that had to be integrated together, caused a lot of confusion. Ultimately, they were overcome, but in this iteration, we are working to reduce that so that we only have one platform to work with. Other things that were identified were the fact that we have a limited program dedicated staff. Our staff is has to deal not only with the YouthWorks program, but also with other program challenges. And so we don't have dedicated staff to this program. And one of the things that was pointed out by RTI was the fact that if we can get this program up and running on a 365-day cycle, that it would be a much more efficient program, and I agree. Unfortunately, because our time has to be split between other commitments, we're not able to do that with our current staff levels. So it'd be great to have a person or two that would be dedicated specifically to running YouthWorks. We did a brief review of various programs throughout the country and identified Detroit as one of our areas that were similar in terms of the goals that we were trying to achieve and the way that the program was run. This was pre-COVID. We took a visit to Detroit, and we met with them and went through their process. And we learned there that they had at least 2.5 dedicated staff all year round. And then when the program would ramp up, just as they were about to start the summer, they brought on a cadre of individuals, which we also will be doing this year as well. Last year, of course, again, in deference to the public health situation, we had limited in-person options. So this year, again, we're hoping to increase that option. And some of our employers felt like it would be a benefit to have even more engagement with our young people. And so, again, we're hoping to change that dynamic this year. We're introducing the option of having a job fair. And that would be an in-person and a virtual. We'll do both. But that will give employers an opportunity to engage with our young people in a more engaged and a deeper way. And the last thing is around the staffing and recruitment. This is of the volunteers. So the employer volunteers were, they were very committed to being a part of the process. It was just a very difficult dynamic. Had nothing to do with the employers, more so with just trying to work out the logistics of putting everybody where they had to go. So this year, we're using a different platform for that purpose. And I hope that, that will help to alleviate some of the difficulties that were experienced at that point. Some of our providers from last year include the ones that you see on the screen now. Today, I'm happy to say we just released our RFP for program providers. So there may be some repeats that you see there, or some new people that will be participating. I've been getting calls from lots of program providers, and so the RFP lays out what the structure of the program is and what our expectations are. And so we're really excited about the opportunity to review what our community partners can bring to the table and bring to our young people. It's okay. I get it. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, I got it. All right, this is the structure that we've set up for this year's program. Last year, we had several sessions, and those sessions were divided just using time. And so some of the feedback was that there was an overlap of some existing programs, and so some of the young people were not able to participate when they wanted to, or some of them started and had to leave. So what we did, we were very intentional about trying to split off the older group from our youth. So from 18 to 24, we're going to start them in late May. And again, that's intentional because if they're in college, they're probably out by late May. And those who are not in school, this gives them an opportunity to engage with employers earlier. And so hopefully they'll have a chance to work all summer long. So you'll see that program session has started earlier. Thus far, we had about 160 18 to 24-year-olds who've applied. So I think that's right about where we were sort of in our sweet spot, where we were thinking we would have about 150 in that cohort. Session 2 and Session 3 are both running concurrently. And again, that was intentional. We worked with DPS. They're running their remediation program for the month of June. And so we didn't want to start in June and cause the same type of conflicts that we had last year. So we felt comfortable that if we began in July, that we'd be able to navigate in between sort of all of the other programming that's occurring this summer. A benefit of the YouthWorks program is that, once again, this year, we're doing 20 hours per week. I'm hopeful that, as we move the program forward, that will change, but the benefit of it is that there are several different programs that are being launched, one especially with DPS. They receive funding to do specific programming this summer. And so this will hopefully keep us from conflicting with one another and enable some of our young people to take advantage of both programs. This is just an example of some of the different ways that employers can participate with our program. Very similar to last year. There's an opportunity for them to come and talk about their careers through career panels. We want to make sure that we're tying training and education to everything that our young people are hearing about. Not just that they're hearing about these various career opportunities, but what it takes to get them there. And we're hopeful this year to have some work site tours. We're in discussion with a couple of our partners down in RTP. And so we're hopeful to be able to schedule some on-site tours, more to come on that. Mentoring, of course, is always an option, and we welcome that from any of our employers who are willing to work with our young people on a more in-depth basis. And something that we're carrying over from last year was the pitch challenge, something that the young people seem to really enjoy. I know in one case they actually played the little Shark Tank music. And so we're going to bring that back because it seemed to be very popular and a great way to help to enforce partnership, teamwork, creative thought, and problem solving. And so any support that our industry leaders would like to lend to us in this space, we certainly welcome it. And that concludes my portion of the report, if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the presentation. Oh, we do have a question, Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Adria. I appreciate the presentation. And I just wanted to say, as I said this morning in our workforce development meeting, I want to thank all of our staff and our partners for getting it right and acknowledging. I just left the Rural Summit for North Carolina, and there's a lot of folks across the state who are experiencing shrinkage and decreasing populations, and it's due to the fact that I assess that it's due to the fact that they haven't engaged their youth, and they're not trying to find ways to or to make sure that their folks who are formerly justice involved can re-enter society with a job. And so I really wanted to just take a moment and say thank you, and thank you for the work. I do have a couple of questions. You mentioned you mentioned Detroit, and 2.5 staff members would be the difference between doing year-round support. I didn't hear a cost with that, and I didn't know if that was something you were planning to bring forward or not, but it would be great to have year-round support, acknowledging that as you're building this pipeline, these students are going to need support throughout the year to acknowledge if they're going towards actual careers or towards college, how we can support them, and then make the connections with our corporate partners.
Thank you, Councilwoman Freeman, for those comments and that question. I don't have an exact number for you. We did put forward a budget request, but it did not include an FTE. And so this is something that we have been debating and discussing internally for a while, because a number of our programs have a nice dovetail with what we're trying to do with our YouthWorks program. And I think that the previous mindset was that we could leverage off of our existing programs and to help make this run. But to your point about really focusing and our resources in a laser-like fashion that makes it the most efficient program possible, That's where that FTE makes a difference. We are trying to make it work with what we have, but certainly those additional resources make all the change in the world because the types of things that we're doing, we're trying to address some of the issues you're talking about, recognizing from our other areas of programming where we're dealing with individuals that are facing barriers to employment. We're taking the knowledge from that, and we're kind of using the YouthWorks platform as a way to help address some of those things and start catching some of those issues at the root cause. And so it's a great platform for that. They can't do this type of thing with DPS because of other restrictions, but we can do it. So if we're really wanting to do this to its maximum benefit, those FTEs make a difference.
Thank you. And I would say that I think it's important to acknowledge that DPS's 321 program is going to really sharply depend on how we get this up and running. And if we want to be a really good partner to our DPS school board who implemented this, then we need to really figure out how to make sure that we can address. I know I said in the previous conversation 1,000 students, but there are way more than 1,000 students that need to be served. And
Thank you.
I thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm just going to reintroduce myself to the audience. Andre Pettigrew, Executive Director of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. And I'm going to provide an overview of our small business work plan. The work plan has these 5 priorities, and I'll go through each of them and give you an update in terms of what we're doing to implement this in support of our small business community. Again, this slide is just to represent the context of our work. The work plan was developed before there was COVID-19. However, COVID-19 actually really put a focus in on the need to support small business, but in particular, Black and brown small businesses who were disproportionately affected by COVID. It also talks about the fact that we realize that there is a role for the city, but we have a number of partners, both public and private, that are doing this work. And the ability for us to share information, leverage our resources, and coordinate the effort is something that, again, is a positive byproduct coming out of COVID. The third point here is, again, the integration of new resources. The federal government threw a number of dollars at COVID, again, CARES funds, ARP funds, around lending, but there's also been dollars directed at supporting technical assistance. And again, being able to, again, share, leverage, and again, define the ecosystem, the entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is a set of resources and partners who support our private businesses, is a part of the effort. Again, this is a 5-year effort in my mind. I think the investments that we as a city and we as a community make to sort of rebuild the ecosystem, to do the outreach and provide the resources to support small business, it will take that. And again, I think we're in the 2nd year of that in terms of this work plan. Again, when you think about the impact of COVID, 41% drop in business activity for African-American businesses, 800,000 women have left the workforce as a part of the effort. Again, a lot of our work is towards women entrepreneurs as well as entrepreneurs of color. Again, there's a major restructuring in terms of supporting small business. So priority number 1 is around technical assistance. Some of you may know we have had the Durham Small Business Advisory Council as a part of my office. They tell me for almost 15 years. We continue to manage that, but because of COVID, we developed something that's called the Durham Collaboration. The Durham Collaboration, in addition to the traditional small business development centers, some of the CDFIs, a number of banks joined us and other organizations like the Chamber, the Black Chamber. We are on a call during COVID, at the height of COVID, we were on a call twice a week again, comparing notes, sharing resources, and figuring out what we needed to do as a community. Currently, we meet weekly, doing very much of the same thing. In fact, this sort of collaboration, which I'm going to say was informal, was also one of the sources for how we were able to get this Community Navigator program. I wanted to spend a little time talking about the SBA Community Navigator program, E3, Equity for Every Entrepreneur. Forward Cities is a successful contractor. Forward Cities is a technical assistance company that works nationally with cities in building small business ecosystems. They're headquartered here. They've been doing this work since 2014. And again, the city and the county met with Forward Cities in developing a strategy around this grant. This grant is really all about coming up with processes to formalize the set of resources and essentially tracking what small businesses are receiving in the community, as well as tracking the outcomes. Outcomes include the technical assistance, but one of the most important one is the amount of capital they receive. How many businesses start up, how much resources, equity, as well as debt they receive. Because we were able to take the work that we were doing informally, include it in the proposal, Forward Cities has won this $1 million grant over a 2-year period. They will serve as the hub. The hub essentially is the center. They are responsible for doing the training within the spokes. It's a hub and spoke system. And I'll talk a little bit about the spokes, but they will serve as the hub doing the training, the coordinating, as well as the performance metrics required as a part of this grant. The Biden administration set aside $100 million to try to address the negative impacts of the PPP program, Payroll Protection Program, and the Emergency Disaster Economic Program, the EIDL program. Again, the report came out very early that Black and brown companies, small businesses, did not receive the dollars that were targeted in this program. The Biden administration's response to this as part of the ARPA program was provide $100 million to, in fact, strengthen ecosystems in communities. We are one of 50 organizations in the country that got this grant. There were over 700 applicants for this grant. And so, again, the city and the county are strategic partners. We are not receiving any of the dollars, but we're strategic partners because, again, the work that the hub, Forward Cities, and the spokes will do is important. The partners there are listed in the diagram. North Carolina Central's Business School, as well as Durham Tech's Small Business Development Center. And there are 4 new technical assistance providers who have joined this program. And they're not new in that they've been operating in our community. They're new in joining this program because of the emphasis on equity. Provident 1898, Knox Street Studios, Helios Foundation, and Infinity Bridges are the spokes that are defining the core of this ecosystem. We know that the ecosystem is much broader and much bigger than this. But each of these groups are going to be working, again, in a much more formal fashion. Each business that is looking to get support services will be assigned a navigator that provides an assessment of what they need and will literally escort them through the process and not lose them. One of the difficulties in supporting small businesses is that there is a lot of stuff there, and quite frankly, you got to do it efficiently because their business is the thing that really matters. And so the ability to, again, assign an individual within these organizations to follow them through the maze of TA, financing seminars and what have you is important. On the back end of this, Forward Cities will begin to provide a report in terms of, again, the number of people, the type of support they receive, and the outcome. Again, I'm very optimistic about the ability to do this. It's a pilot program. The issue of sustainability and who will run this after 2 years is something that is a part of the evaluation. There'll be a recommendation that comes out of this report in terms of how this should be funded, who should be the principal hub and spoke of this. And so, again, I'm very optimistic about this approach, and again, happy to know that Durham is one of 50 organizations or communities to receive this. I made the same mistake. How do I get out of this? Great. So the second slide is really around our Seeds Legacy program. Again, as I listened to the budget retreat, a number of you had raised some questions about the Seed Legacy program. And again, this is a program, shared equity and economic development, that we are doing in partnership with the National League of Cities and the Democracy at Work Institute. This program has been going on for 2 years. Again, we were interrupted by COVID, but we did not stop our work. Again, we have worked with a focus group of 24 businesses in our community that have been in business for more than 20 years. During that period, we actually provided some one-on-one counseling as well as continuing to sort of work with them because, again, at the height of COVID, every community was concerned about losing businesses that had been around a long time. The Legacy Pilot Program, we're launching next month. The Legacy Pilot Program is a business retention, expansion, and succession planning program. We will identify 15 to 20 of these firms in our community to provide them with a curriculum that is a master class educational program. So it won't really be about startup. One, the area of crisis management and how to modify your business strategy. Another area is in the area of real estate. Again, many of our businesses who have been around a long time, they actually own their property and so are looking to figure out how to leverage it. And for those who do not own property, one of the big issues is how to, again, afford the rent when, again, the market is changing. This is the issue of gentrification. How do you prevent it? And again, within this program, there are some assets that other communities have used that we seek to use as a part of it. The Legacy Business Registry is about how we formally identify legacy companies in our community. And again, the criteria is posted there, 20 years of continuous operations, independently and locally owned, and a part of the community fabric. So it's just not any business, but a business that has contributed in additionally to the economic contribution, but contributed in a cultural way. Again, this program is being managed by a contractor. Latasha Gaddy is the owner of Infinity Bridges. They won this contract competitively, and so they've been a part of the design of this program. So I actually included just some background in this around legacy programs. The American Planning Association actually put out a memo to their members throughout the country. This memo was really about the importance and a growing trend around legacy companies. Again, we are just starting our program, but there are other communities that have had it for a while. Within our National League of Cities cohort, San Francisco, Washington, D.C., and Miami, Florida are part of the program that we've been working in. And again, we've been able to learn from them and share our information. San Francisco has had the longest program. They've had a program since 2016. Again, they have a designated staff. They have been able to find out how to raise the money, and again, through a legislative process, they have created a budget funding stream that's $1 million as a part of the grant program that they have. And that money is used, again, to provide business assistance. So businesses who are a part of their program are eligible for specific technical assistance, not general technical assistance. This is the things that they need individually within their organization. Again, it's based on the number of employees you have, and there's an allocation made. The rent stabilization grant is one of interest. This is funding that San Francisco makes available for businesses whose lease is up and changing. The city actually works with the property owner and will provide a subsidy to support the business in order to maintain the rent from going up too high. So there are two things about that. One, trying to negotiate an increase that's not as high, but also a longer-term lease. And the city has been very successful in supporting a number of these businesses. As you can see, there are 275 companies that have been identified and selected as a part of this program. And again, that's the logo that pretty much is prominently displayed in many of these businesses going forward. Priority 2 is really around the communications and outreach. Again, the comment that I want to make in this regard is really around the work that we have been doing on our website. So DurhamBusiness360.com was developed by OEWD as a small business portal. It is a website in which our businesses can actually do business on. Again, there's business information that will help people in terms of developing the feasibility study. We actually have a number of startup, how to start a business. We have 9 of them on our website that people have used. It takes them all the way from doing their business plan to engaging the planning department and getting licensure and all that sort of stuff. It's been very popular. One of the things that I wanted to note about our outreach and our website is how we've improved the Spanish translation. There's a tab on our website for our Spanish-speaking entrepreneurs that at least introduce what the resources are, finance, technical assistance in the Spanish language. The next thing, and again, we're working with the language access program here, we will be translating all of the how to do business startup programs into Spanish and making it available to our Spanish community. Again, there's a lot of information. This is the result of our small business surveys. We continue to survey, and that information is ported on our website. Again, the website has been up for 3 years. You can see the growth from last year. Already just for February in 2 months, we've had 10,000 hits. I expect that we'll go beyond the 48,000 that we had last year, and it's a calendar year. The Durham Small Business Recovery Fund, again, we will be before you to discuss this more specifically, but just to give you an update, all the grant money has been gone for over a year. The city and the county had $1.8 million in it for loans. Currently, we have 39 approved loans. $860,000 have been distributed to the borrowers. Again, the average company is 10 years been in business, and the average loan is $27,000. So again, these are mature businesses who, again, are taking on debt to grow their business. Again, I know that, grants are preferred. We don't have grant funding. But again, 129 businesses have applied for the grants, for the loans. And again, I think one of the important goals for us was to make sure that women and minority businesses were receiving the dollars. And as you can see, we've been able to keep that efficacy up. This is pretty similar to what we were able to do in the grant program. And a lot of that really has to do with the outreach and efforts that's there. There's technical assistance available to each borrower. Carolina Small Business Development Fund is the administrator of this program. Again, they are working both collectively and individually with these companies as borrowers. I think the other thing that the Carolina Small Business Fund has been able to do is provide additional resources. They actually are a lender themselves. They have received monies from banks to help do the outreach and continue to support their digital library. They have a digital library that's available to small business in addition to the one-on-one counseling that they do. Again, as I said, we'll be back with you to make some modifications to this program. Again, I think the biggest takeaway for us is with the remaining money, what we've learned is that many black and brown businesses have taken on some of the fintech, financial technology loans where there are higher interests and there are adjustable rates. And again, with interest rates going up, we are just concerned that if we can help these businesses take down some of this high interest debt through our program, again, our program is a term loan, 10 years at 3%. We think that that will help get the money out and actually provide a service to businesses that are there. In the area of equity through procurement, we need to do more work there. Again, we are working with Equity and Inclusion, Sharon Williams, and part of our goal is to do two things: increase the outreach to promote the opportunities that are available through the city's Office of Procurement and working with E&I, but also build the capacity to really understand how to become certified and why that is valuable in terms of new market opportunities. Related with that, and again, as a part of the discussion with the Water Department, bidding is really important. And understanding how to bid and how to do it competitively is something that we think is an important part of the training that we want to do as a part of OEWD. Just an example, Momentum 360 is a training program that we do in OEWD. We've done 3 courses this period since July. One of them is in the area of public arts. So we had 26 artists who participated in this program, and the program was really about how they can be more competitive in competing for public art calls that the city or even private sector organizations. What we're talking about is sculptures, paintings, interior design, murals. And in this program, which was great. I went to the graduation. We partnered with Triangle Artworks. And it wasn't a theoretical thing. Each participant joined a team, and they actually responded to RFPs that were actually national. And many of them chose to submit their proposals around the country for these things. Again, it wasn't academic, it was real for many of them. But part of the program was really helping them to sort of assess the opportunity and to competitively bid. And again, I'm emphasizing that because, again, in the construction area, it is hard bid. And in order to really fashion a good bid, you got to have a strong financial background. You have to be able to track your costs and have the financial record keeping that's required as a part of this. And within our Momentum 360 program, we have the Financial Academy that we did. That was our first series this summer. And it's all about that back end, helping entrepreneurs understand, quite frankly, how to get out of your shoebox, out of your wallet, and into a financial system that you can manage. But additionally, it really is about getting them to be much more comfortable about understanding the difference between their profit and loss statements and balance sheet, and not automatically deferring the discussion about their financial records to their accountant. Again, this is a series that I want to expand next year and to do it on a more frequent and regular basis. Yes, it's basic finance 101, but many of our companies are at that level. And again, I think it helps them in the long term in terms of their business operations. Again, the final priority is really in the area of place-based work in the neighborhoods. As you know, we have a neighborhood stabilization program. We continue to make investments in Northeast Central Durham and the Fayetteville corridor. Our Brownfield Environmental Assessment Program is a unique program. It is one that the city has had for almost 6 years. And again, I was told that it's not often that you're able to get the repeat of this contract from EPA, but we've been able to do it. Actually, the program has just ended in September, and we do have some general fund money that we applied to it. But again, it's a simple problem. Property owners who own property and are using it, in order to do any development improvement, they have to be able to determine whether or not there are any environmental hazards there. This program provides that assessment, provides that technical assistance that helps them figure out exactly what they need to do. There is some federal monies that are as part of the remediation. That's not a part of our program, but we've been able to successfully get some remediation grants for some of the property owners in Durham. Bottom line, it actually improves their opportunity to be able to develop their property, as a part of the effort, and actually be a part of the economic growth that's happening in their community. Again, this is a timeline of activity. I, again, just referenced that there are some things that are ongoing, new things that are coming up. Again, we will be implementing this National League of Cities Hispanic Outreach Program, where, again, we are working to develop a program specific to the Latinx community, not just a translation, but one that is culturally sensitive and delivered by a trusted partner in that community, Prospera. USA is a company that is working with us through the National League of Cities to be a part of that. Again, I'm looking to do a evaluation of the Small Business Recovery Fund independently as a part of the work that we're doing going forward. So again, that's the small business one, and I'll be very brief in providing an update on the work that the city, the Office of Economic Workforce Development has done as a part of the Built to Last, and it's my expectation that Stella Adams will be available to provide some additional detail. We included in your packet a report that the Built to Last Innovation Board had submitted providing an update. So again, Built to Last was commissioned to develop the roadmap, which was a part of my office in the Office of Economic Workforce Development. There were two important components to that. That was the creation of a separate nonprofit to run both an equitable development fund as well as a training center. It was the fund, the Equitable Development Fund, that was, again, the big differentiator as a part of the work that the lab was going to be able to do. Again, we put together, working with their board, a startup memorandum of understanding that included the scope of work that came to City Council and was approved. We hired the Forrest Law Firm that developed, reviewed, and filed the organizational documents in partnership with the Built to Last Board. So the articles of incorporation have been filed by the Secretary to the Secretary of State. A 501c3 application was submitted to the IRS. Again, all the organizing documentation is in place. The MOU milestones, this is a contract that is $416,000. The initial payment of $180,000 was paid at the execution of the contract. The next deliverable is in fact the strategic business plan that provides the fundraising strategy, the operating costs, as well as staffing as a part of the program. After that, the third payment has to do with the feasibility of the Equitable Development Fund. Again, part of that is the fundraising strategy, the management, and the design of the program. And again, assuming a positive feasibility study, the remaining dollars will be distributed and paid over the final 6 months as a part of the program. So again, that is where we are now, and again, expecting to get the strategic plan as part of the next deliverable. And again, if Stella Adams is available or still on the line, I think this is where we were looking to have them provide some additional feedback on the program.
Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams?
Okay. She's not. Well, again, I know that she was on earlier, and the original plan was that she would be available for some comments. So
She is on the.
She is on the call, but again, we cannot hear her.
Well, again, I will take questions in regards to small business work plan or any questions that I might answer in terms of Built to Last.
Any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I thank you, Andre, for sharing this update. I know that there's always so much going on in the Office of Workforce and Economic Development. And before I begin, I just had a couple questions from earlier. I know we were trying to assess an economic impact of the ballpark. I just wanted to know if you wanted to weigh in on any numbers you wanted to add to that conversation.
I don't have any numbers, but I did refer the economic assessments that is actually done by the Sports Commission. They do a report every year around the economic impact, and I actually referred that to Gina as a starting point. So again, those reports speak for themselves.
And I would hope that you would join her in figuring out that report to us, because I want to make sure that the jobs aspect is not lost. And there was also a previous question by one of my colleagues around the firms that are here in Durham for MUBE and MWBE, and I didn't know if you had specific numbers around that.
I don't have specific numbers, but I do know that the hub list can be disaggregated as a part of geographically. I think the other thing I would say in regards to that is that in addition to be hub certified, there are a number of SBA certifications, DBE, veterans. Again, it would be what I intend to do is for us to actually get the list of Durham businesses who are certified in each of those programs and use that as sort of the outreach and database that is available for the companies as well as available to us to use to track how well we're doing.
Thank you.
Forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 919806975 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
I didn't want to leave a message, but I guess we can. This is the Durham City Council saying hello.
Hey, hello, Leonardo?
Yes, we are here, all of us. Good afternoon, Ms. Adams. You have the floor if you want to make any comments.
I did, and I apologize. I don't know why none of my devices are working where I can talk to you all. I do want to just say to you that as the chair of the Built to Last board, I'm really excited about, hope that you've gotten an opportunity to see the update that we have. We held our first board meeting on January the 11th, where we elected a number of folks. I was elected chair of the Built to Last lab. Derek Rhodes was elected as treasurer, and he is the founder of Durham Success Summit. Pilar Rocha Goldberg was elected secretary, and she is the president of El Centro Hispano. Anita Daniels is a member of our board. She is president of Actualities Limited. Kurt Merriweather is co-founder of Diversity Inc. Doug Spate is a 5S startup with Triad Growth, and Dr. Stefan Wilson, and we just recently hired Dr. Joyce Blackwell as our Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay. And we just hired Dr. Joyce Blackwell as our executive director. She is, and we're very excited to have her with us. We have been, and our next meeting is set for April the 12th. And we're just looking forward to working with the city, but working with the community in the development of an equity fund. One of the things that is critical, I think, is looking at the feasibility of establishing an equity fund. So it's not just debt, but also equity available, particularly to our minority and women-owned businesses located here in Durham. And we have hired Cedar Grove, and they are in the process of, they will be conducting a feasibility study to look about how to do that. We have taken on not just the equitable development of the equity fund, but we're also looking at doing trainings through the program to, again, we're not going to duplicate, but we're going to try to collaborate with other organizations throughout the city to strengthen minority and women-owned businesses in our community. And we have, and we're also committed to working with the city to increase opportunities for our minority businesses to compete and to win contracts and to access the capital and credit that they need to expand and be sustainable. The purpose of Built to Last is to do just that, help our communities, help our businesses through succession planning and help them to sustain themselves through good times and bad. Andre gave you the statistics, I won't repeat them, but when you lose 41% of Black-owned businesses, that's that's an intergenerational impact that can't be brought back. And we're going to try to help the city build by making sure that we have this equitable development fund. We have Dr. Jim Johnson and Jeannie Milken Bonds working with us in the development of this study, and we hope to bring it to you soon. I'm not sure if any of our board members are still on the line and still available, and maybe you can hear them better than you've been able to hear me. But I want to thank the city for all that you have done. Again, there are a couple of slots I probably will talk to Andre and the city manager about, that we would love for you to recommend folks to us who can help us bridge some of the programming that we're doing. And again, I look forward to your questions, but we're excited and looking forward to delivering product to you on a timely basis. If there are any board members present, maybe they could be allowed to say a word if they like.
Thank you so much for your comments this afternoon, Ms. Adams.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking now, I don't see any board members looking at our city manager's list. Are there any further questions for Mr. Pettigrew? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon, Andre. Good to see you, sir. Adriel, the whole crew, thank you so much for being here. It was greatly looking forward to this presentation. I want to thank the staff. I actually asked for this update to be brought to us as a council to help us kind of inform our decisions and give us a broader view of the lay of the land as we go into our budget process. This is something that has been very important to us as a city, certainly as a council, under the overall rubric of our shared economic prosperity plan. So I want to thank all of you for being here. One of the reasons why I had asked for the presentation or update was to try and make an assessment of capacity and bandwidth moving forward to add more things or to the department, to your portfolio. Ms. Scott, you said something interesting with respect to our YouthWorks, that the staffing issue, we don't have dedicated staff to that. And I know under the small business work plan, talking about the SEEDS program, which I think is incredibly important, and you alluded to San Francisco, who has a dedicated staff member. Mayor London Bree's doing great work. San Francisco is kind of the bellwether for a number of initiatives going on around the country. But they do have dedicated staff to do the kind of legacy work. So I guess my first question is, we're going to do it via via contract now. Do we anticipate needing to staff up in that area and to deal with legacy type initiatives moving forward? Are you going to make an ask at some point in the future?
So again, we're piloting the program and designing as a part of it. Based on the pilot, we'll get a better sense, again, and we're looking to contract it this next fiscal year. I have a budget request in for operating that. And then we will go from there. I think one of the things that has made San Francisco different is that they created the dedicated funding source, again, over time. It didn't start that way. And, you know, and I don't have that ask in this proposal because we're really trying to figure out what is going to work here in Durham as a part of it. So next year, under contract, and then from there, we'll see.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Listen, I'm a huge fan of Durham-specific data. I say it all the time to see what works in Durham and how it works for Durham. With respect to, and Ms. Adams, if you're still on, thank you so much for joining us. I heard that it said that the first board meeting was on January 11th. The next one's going to be April 12th. Does the board, have they been meeting monthly? Is it once a month? Did the board meet in February and March? Now, Ms. Adams, if you can hear me?
We meet quarterly.
Quarterly, okay. And are there, and I think I heard you refer to...
The executive committee meets weekly, but the board meets quarterly.
Okay. And Ms. Adams, how many slots still need to be filled on the board before it's at optimal, not to imply that it's not working, but optimal, I mean before it's at full capacity? I don't remember how many slots were designated for a full board, but how many slots are still empty currently?
So when our board met on January 11th, our bylaws allowed for 7 members and we had 7 members present. That board then voted to expand our board to 11 members. So we currently have 7 members. We would like, we have put in our plan that we get some recommendations from the city, 2 spots from the city. And then we have 2 spots that we are keeping available perhaps to assist with getting other funders.
Got you. Thank you for that. So 7 currently, and we can go up to 11.
That's correct.
Got you. Just kind of looking forward, and not asking for any firm, commitments, anything today that has the force of law behind it. But best guess, as the folk who are kind of running point for us and are closest to this, when do you think, ballpark, we may see the not only the establishment of the equity fund, but actual money going out to businesses in our community to build capacity, to help them, compete, to, broaden the supply chain as well? But this kind of, when do you see that happen, generally speaking?
From my perspective, we will have, we'll have the feasibility study within 6 months. We'll start looking at, and then that'll tell us what we need to do and how we need to go. But, an equity fund that is going to be meaningful and long-term is something that you're going to have to, is going to have significant investments. We're not talking about, in my mind, we're not talking about like a million or 2 million. We're talking significant funding. So, but I think that we can start helping people within 24 months is when you'll see it on the ground. But in the interim, we'll certainly be doing partnering, leveraging, participating in community reinvestment activities, trying to get equity investments into the fund as quickly as possible. There's opportunities open right now that you have to take advantage of when they happen. But we'll be talking to, but again, I don't want to get ahead of the study. And that's the first phase.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for this really important, I think, potentially transformative work for our city. It's on record that there are some more board members that need to be filled, and the ask of the council to kind of think about folk and to help in identifying folk who would add value to to the board is duly noted, and I know my colleagues and I will take that to heart and begin thinking about those type of things. But thanks again to the staff for making this happen today and for the ongoing important, sometimes unheralded, sometimes uncelebrated, but absolutely critical work for our city. Thank you so much. Good to see you all as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Any other questions? I'm sorry.
I just want to make one comment to the Mayor Pro Tem about the continuing work. Again, OEWD is one player. We're not the major technical assistance provider or trainer in this system. I had mentioned that additional resources have come our way. Again, you guys are evaluating some of the ARP funding, and in those proposals, there are a number of proposals directed at supporting small women and minority business. But additionally, our partners have augmented their activities. North Carolina Central University has received at least 2 prominent grants focused on supporting small women and minority business as a part of their Small Business Technology Development Center. So there are more hours and more resources available there. J.B. Buxton has increased the capabilities of the Small Business Development Center. Again, both of those organizations are sort of anchors to this SBA Community Navigator program. The 4 partners that they are now funding have been doing this work, but have never been funded to do this work in the way that this program has done. Again, my point here is that no one is waiting. We are all, again, trying to sort of partner and leverage to continue this intense work. The rebuilding, the availability of the resources, again, in the area of access to capital, as you know, we filled a hole. We filled a hole in terms of the Durham Small Business Recovery Fund. Again, in the long term, we aren't going to be a lender. Our success will be dependent on our abilities to continue to get the banks to be responsive to the needs of our work. And again, what's going on out there is the big banks who aren't very present here, I'm talking about Chase, Wells, and what have you, they are investing in local CDFIs, Certified Development Financial Institutions. And in the case of Mechanics and Farmers, again, one of our local banks, the 5 largest banks invested, I think, about $73 million in that organization. And to me, that's great news because Jim Sills and Mechanics and Farmers now have added capacity to provide lending, credit facilities in our community. And so those are big things that have to be integrated into the program. And again, these announcements are fairly new. People are trying to figure out how to do it. But again, no one's waiting. I don't want anyone in the community to think we're waiting. And again, we're all sort of figuring out where we can deliver the best support, working together collectively.
Absolutely. Your point is well made and well taken. And I don't think I used the word weighted, but if I did, I certainly wouldn't create the impression that anybody's twiddling their thumbs. There are a lot of pieces. I will say, however, that a lot of those players predate the urgency of this matter. They were always free to do those things. But I think now the entree of the city's voice and folk like you providing leadership and communicating urgency for those folk to coalesce and do what they were always free to do. We always knew we needed capital. We always knew we needed more support for Black and brown businesses. But I think the state of urgency around it now is directly related to focused attention by the least of elected folk, but folk like you have been running point for us. So we know y'all are doing the work. That's why I said unheralded and uncelebrated. I want folk to know that it's moving forward. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Cumber.
Thank you. Good to see you all. Good afternoon. I have a few questions. First of all, thank you for the very in-depth proposal around several different components of y'all's work. It's super helpful, and I appreciate it. Sorry, that was my microphone. I just had a couple of questions. So I appreciate you naming with the Durham Business Data Portal what's going to be happening there. I saw that some of it's already getting translated. I know that that's something that's going to take some time. I just wanted to appreciate you all, and I know that our Latino community does need a lot of support. I think you all are entering into that work. I think you realize how critically important it is, and I was just curious, who are some of the partners you all are working with?
Sure. Thank you for that question. Again, we are in a cohort group sponsored by the National League of Cities, getting technical assistance from Prosperity USA, which is a Hispanic-owned consulting company that's been around for 20-plus years doing this work nationally. And they're advising Durham and 8 other cities in terms of what we're doing. In this program, we are looking to identify barriers that are limiting the success of the Hispanic community in our work. And there are 2 focus areas. Obviously, the translation and putting together culturally competent programs are important. The other thing that was identified was being able to help the Hispanic entrepreneurs formalize their business. Again, to divorce, I said get out of your wallet and get into a financial system. Really what that means is a lot of people work as self-employed. The family money, the business money is all tied together as a part of that. Our community partners include Vicky Garcia of the Latin Credit Union, Community Credit Union, Mauricio Solano, who is head of economic development for El Centro, and Angie Thacker, who is Hispanic, and she runs Panam Construction. They are a fairly successful construction company here in terms of size. They somewhere between $4 and $5 million in annual revenue. So they're fairly successful. They have been providing the guidance into the work that we're doing. We are putting together a pilot program targeting at bringing 15 Latinx construction companies who've been in business from 2 to 3 years to do the financial management that we've done in the Financial Academy, to also provide some support in terms of bidding and how to bid. And each one of those companies, as a byproduct of this, we will get them HUB certified, as well as expose to them other certifications at SBA and others. Again, working as a cohort, but also one-on-one counseling. That program is slated to launch. We've already designed it. We have a small grant from the National League of Cities to implement this. So again, we're looking to have that launch in May. I'm very optimistic about it. Again, it will be in Spanish, language appropriate going through it. So, and we think that that's going to give us a lot of insights in terms of how we scale future programs and outreach to the Hispanic community.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of that information. I just actually want to thank the folks, our community partners. Some of those folks reached out in the fall to me, actually, and were curious because they were hearing, especially Angie at Pinham, the folks that she works with were wondering, well, how do we get these contracts? How do we get into this ecosystem? How do we level up our small family businesses that might be now second generation, right? And so it was on Immigrant Hustle, and they want to continue all of that work and build it out. And so I just really appreciate that the city is entering into this space. It's very much needed, and I know that it will bear a lot of fruit in the future.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. It's really great to get all these updates. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit more about the employee ownership aspect of the Seeds Fellowship, and also the opportunity to expand our employee ownership work through the budget request that I submitted earlier in partnership with y'all. And yeah, just how you feel about that, how you think it might work, how it is part of, how it could build on the work that we've already done in that area. Thanks.
So again, the Silver Tsunami with people retiring, business owners at a rapid rate, all the research shows that very few businesses, small businesses, have succession plans. We identified that as a part of the research we did with the National League of Cities here in our community. We actually partnered with the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center. It's headquartered here in Durham, serving the greater state, but they have been an excellent partner for us to talk about succession planning. When we started working with the legacy companies, we were really very much focused in on retention and expansion. But as we talked to some of the owners about whether or not they had a plan, many of them did not. And we also learned about employee ownership as a possibility. I can tell you at the start of this, I had no idea about employee ownership, and it was not a priority as we went into the SEEDS program. But over time, in learning how, once many owners are deciding to leave, they're either skilled technicians or professionals, and maybe don't have a kid or someone in their family to transfer it. Many of them are finding that they can sell the business to their employees. In that process, what we've learned is, one, it's a good option. It's not for everybody. And the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center has actually done a number of outreach events talking about succession planning, but also talking about employee ownership over the last 18 months. And again, that's been helpful. The other thing that we have learned is that those businesses that do that transfer to employee ownership solve a number of issues. So first of all, employees, it's hard for them to assemble and start a business by themselves. So the whole cooperative approach to be able to essentially be in a position to buy a business that you've been working and contributing in mitigates a lot of the risks. You know what you're buying. The second thing is, so that there is a wealth creation opportunity. The other thing is that for businesses who have spent 20 plus years, they've got to find a way to monetize the value of their business. And that is through a sale. And oftentimes people just, hey, I just give up and close the doors. So now we have an option for those business owners to essentially sell back to their employees. They may hold some of the paper, in other words, get an annuity as a part of their retirement. And the SBA has put in dollars specific for this purpose. So there is funding available to support employee ownership conversions. And don't get me wrong, what I have learned about the employee ownership thing, again, is that it's not for everybody. This is not going to overwhelm, the conversion thing. But it is a really effective option. There are some very successful employee ownership configurations that have been successful all over the country. They, again, continue to be successful. Generally, they pay better than other companies with benefits. And I just think any wealth creation option that we can support is a good idea. Again, two, it helps sort of monetize the sweat equity of many of the owners. But it also provides an opportunity for the employees to come together, share the risks, and to continue the business.
Thank you. And so the proposal to contract with the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center to expand that model to help people, to provide technical support for potential startup employee-owned businesses and to help existing employee-owned businesses. Do you feel like you have the capacity in your department to manage that contract?
Sure. So again, let me just differentiate your proposal with what we're doing.
Right.
So within the SEEDS program, the legacy program, we have actually had the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center provide some hands-on consulting. So there's some legal, financial aspects of that work. So they've been supporting us specific to those individual companies. Your proposal is really, from my standpoint, a much more macro approach to essentially educating our community about employee ownership and this as an option. As I read your proposal, it included outreach not only to the business community as an option, but also to the financial community. So there are groups of banks, lawyers, and accountants who also aren't aware of this option. And again, this model, the ability to propagate this model and get people to better understand it, I think will help more people consider it as an option. And again, it's case by case. It's not going to be a massive movement in terms of that. The third thing I'd say about this is now that there is, in fact, dollars set aside specifically targeted for this, again, even I don't know all the bells and whistles around it, the ability to have someone who is knowledgeable, who works in this area, and as a resource is something that I took as your proposal. Again, in our office, we're managing contracts. We're not delivering the service. Again, I have both a program staff and a fiscal staff that is essentially working with all of these contractors in order to do the work. And so to me, the ability to take on this additional contractor with a contractor we're familiar with, I think we can absorb that.
Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to make sure, because we had when we'd had the conversation about budget requests, there'd been some concerns from council members about, not wanting to give staff more work than y'all can handle, which is of course a very important concern, and we need to always be thinking about that. Thank you, appreciate all your work and these updates, and look forward to hearing more, especially about the new Built to Last folks. It seems like a really exciting project's got a lot of community involvement, so I feel really good about where that's going. Thank you.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to circle back around. I know before we got to Ms. Adams, I still had a few questions, and so I appreciate the chance to hear from my colleagues. Really good conversation, and I really wanted to touch on exactly how many staff members are in the office.
Right now, we have 14 FTE.
And in the conversation, we were talking about the YouthWorks program again. Just noting, if you were to add 2.5 more staff members, how would that help?
Well, again, we do our budget proposed presentation on April 5th to the city manager. And in that, we'll, again, make a proposal in terms of staffing. Part of, the challenge is that, again, we do have some vacant positions in our department. And again, what I'd like to take a look at is how we might repurpose some of that staff in order to do some of the work. I have essentially taken a model where my staff is not the technical assistance trainers, not the loan packagers, not the providers of the service. We are, in essence, managing relationships and contracts as a part of it. We know the work, we can deliver the work, but I have tried to contract more of these activities out to local organizations as a part of the work. Again, the example that Adria talked about in terms of even our summer program, the RFP on the street is to pay providers to deliver some of the training that maybe in the past staff delivered. Again, it is very difficult to be the experts in so much that's going on right now. I also know that we have some very capable community-based organizations who are eager to participate in this program, and that's why I'm excited about the Community Navigator program, because again, there is an investment being made to build their capacity, because quite frankly, those organizations in the neighborhoods on the street will always be more effective than we will. And again, it's important for us to sort of develop the partnerships and strategic relationships to help provide the guidance and actually to respond to what the needs are.
And just taking from that, your priority 5 is kind of my priority 1. And just acknowledging that the revitalization programs for Northeast Central Durham and Fayetteville Street corridor have been kind of stagnated. I noticed the sign grants have gone away. Are you planning to bring funds back for that?
Which signs went away? I didn't.
The business signage grants?
Yeah. We're discussing that. Chris Dickey, who has managed this program for the city for 15 years, we've been really talking about how we can modify the program. Again, we haven't been doing facade grants and signage improvement grants for a while. Part of that is the combination of, quite frankly, having a landlord, property owner, who is going to be a partner with us. Again, this hasn't happened, but in some places, we make these leasehold improvements, and if the landlord is not cooperative with us and considers raising the rent as a result of those leasehold improvements, we aren't going to remove them, but the tenant has to pay those increases. So again, we're trying to figure out the balance around being able to do that.
I appreciate that explanation. And just acknowledging that in COVID, I think we had the COVID grants available. And I'm just noting that there are ways in which our dollars could be used to actually get out today, acknowledging that built to last is, you're talking about 24 months before equity fund comes online. What can we do today that is supportive of the businesses that are existing or starting up right now? And so if you have thoughts around that, I would love to hear what that looks like and what the plan is, acknowledging that there are brownfields and that the dollars are not there. And I'm just trying to make sure that the businesses don't stop coming online.
Sure. Again, we'll, put some thoughts together as a part of, our budget presentation as we move forward.
And I would also love to hear more about how you plan to partner around housing, acknowledging that many of our mixed-use projects coming online are including both commercial and housing. And the way we were just talking about, our trails, there are areas in which businesses are in the area, and if there's ways to partner on funding, acknowledging that there's about $2.9 billion that was announced for transportation and infrastructure. All of those are things that staff could be focused on if they weren't just doing pilots. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear as a priority as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of council?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Director Pettigrew, please don't take my face as frustration. I am, for some reason, tired today. So I think I want to understand better, and I won't be before you long. This may be a question for the manager. Do we have a department, if not this one, or if this one, where we focus on matters that are, I guess, more high level, such as economic initiatives that would overall expand the tax base in the city, or, focus areas that would take advantage of what's happening now in regards to responding from COVID? We had a lot of federal funds come through, and we're going to have more. It's spreading, of course, across transportation and whatever infrastructure. But what I see here today is what we needed for a long time, and that was a lot of support for the ground level, small, mom and pop shops. And I'm glad that we finally have that in place. So now I'm going to move to looking to see, okay, so putting our big boy pants on, with the big economic initiatives to say, Raleigh right now, their tax base is 3 to 1 to ours. We're about to catch up and be, make it maybe 2 to 3 or whatever. So I know that's a loaded question, but if it's not this department, then where do we do that type of work from the city perspective or facilitate those relationships? And if it is this department, then back to Director Pettigrew.
So if the main, point of your question is, more macroeconomic development, Andre can certainly respond to that because there is sort of a delineation of who focuses on building the economy in different spaces. And I think you can speak to that. And if that is not the response, then I'll come back in.
Thank you, Williams. Appreciate your question. So we are the organization that works in partnership with the county and the Greater Durham Chamber around the macroeconomic aspects of the work. We partner with them on a number of the business attraction activities, some of the major development that has come into our community. And again, we essentially do that following the lead of the chamber and the county. So part of that is because we have decided, particularly over the last 3 years, and based on our small business survey, that in Durham, and again in that small business survey, of which over 750 firms responded, most of our businesses are less than 50, and our minority and women-owned businesses have less than 10 employees. We have a lot of sole proprietors, independent contractors as a part of this work. And again, you're correct. They did not get a lot of support. And COVID actually made us focus more on that group. PPP was really about that sort of emerging business, that middle market business that you're asking for. That is the business that actually has an accountant, has a lawyer, and a financial planner, and a bank relationship that allowed them to secure the funding. Many of our businesses, not just in Durham, but around the country of color and women-owned, did not have that capacity. So we've been focused in building that infrastructure and that support. And so there's a middleware there. There's the bigger companies like Clorox, Carson, the companies that we help play a role in bringing here. But there is a middle ground here, and that is that entrepreneurial set of companies that, quite frankly, the American Underground, Adam Klein, and the work that he has done has provided that infrastructure, that middleware. These are companies, to be available for equity, you've got, and you know this, you're a business person, you actually have to be able to have a rapid growth and an exit plan that allows you to either IPO or be acquired by a major player. And again, we're not working in that space. But a lot of that work is going on. Private equity is making significant investments in our community. In fact, I was looking at the Triangle Business Journal's report in terms of the largest equity investments of companies. Again, these are privately held companies, they're not publicly held. And I think 5 of the top 15 were Durham-based companies. So again, they're not small, they may not even be minority or women-owned, but there is a vibrant private equity world going on in the Triangle, and some Durham companies are participating, and you're correct, OEWD is not working in that space.
Okay, and that's what I was sort of getting to. I appreciate it, and I think how robust we've taken on the micro approach to small business sustainability. I do think the direction has to come from somewhere, and I think it should be the city. Because if we're responsive to economic development, growth and development in our city, then therefore we don't drive that direction, you know? And we have a convention center smaller by, like, Cabarrus County's convention center is twice the size of ours. So we don't have a real convention center, you know? And we don't talk about those things, you know? And we don't have enough hotels downtown, and we have all of this growth that's coming. We talk about affordable housing a lot. So are we gonna have a lot of affordable housing buildings everywhere? Or are we gonna have a lot of luxury apartment buildings everywhere? At what point do we insert the economic, like Durham is open for business. Durham has, you know, convention centers, you know, event space, you know, amphitheaters, concert halls, the things that are economic drivers to the point where we're generating enough revenue to actually handle the social issues and the problems that we have in our city. Because we'll never build our way into it. You know, we're never going to be able to pay for, we're never going to, in a solo fashion, pay for all of the problems we have. So I would like to see us start talking more in the macro area as well, at least setting the direction. I don't think the city can afford to do it alone. It doesn't make logical sense to do so. But we have a lot of folks in the private sector where we could actually build better corporate partnerships, build better, you know, public-private partnerships to do this. And I think once we start setting that direction, we have an audience or contingency of people and, you know, and folks in the private market that are ready to jump on board. But I think that that direction has to come from us. I would personally volunteer to get involved in that conversation. There are folks that are waiting.
Sure. And again, my only comment, and again, your comment is fair. Again, the economic development professionals in Durham, we do work together, and we regularly meet together. So in addition to the city, the county, the chamber, Discover Durham, RTP, we actually have a regular forum to talk about these things. Again, you know, we've not formalized that strategic plan, and maybe that's what you're asking for. What is the formal documentation?
The master plan, yes.
Master plan. We don't have that right now, but we do have a solid working relationship, again, where we're sharing information and leveraging and talking about the macro growth that you're talking about. Again, I'm confident that these discussions will lead to more formal things as a part of the work. This is something that we began, again, out of COVID, trying to make sure that we better understood how we were all working together and trying to anticipate not just the urgent needs, but the important needs going forward. So, again, I will, you know, take your comments back because I'm sure they're all listening right now and to see how we might further actualize them.
Thank you so much. I've also spoken to each of them, and they're ready. So let's get to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Williams. Are there any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem, and then followed by Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So back to just a kind of a specific budgetary concern. I'm going to thank Councilmember Johnson because I think she actually put her finger on one of the what was one of the animating propositions for this presentation today. That's kind of a consideration of bandwidth. And I want to say, philosophically, Councilmember Johnson and I are shoulder to shoulder in terms of the importance of the potential impact of corporate ownership. It's a model that I very much like. But you said something about ability to handle the work. So I guess my specific question is, it seems that Councilmember Johnson's presentation and SEED, they're similar, but they're not fully conflatable. So I guess if the 75 grand, based upon what I'm hearing today, that Councilmember Johnson is proposing comes to you, you're going to take that money and find somebody to do what it's designed to do? You're going to contract that out or do RFPs? What do you?
No, again, if the area of interest is around employee ownership, and again, I think that was her area of interest, I interjected the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center because that is a group that has been working in that space. That is a group that is actually working throughout the state there. Again, I don't know what we would do, but I could imagine an RFP that goes out to solicit someone to provide a scope of work, again, to be determined. And based on that, the winner would secure a contract from us, and we would manage that contract and that relationship according to the terms of the scope of work.
Right, and yeah, that's the end. So that's what we do. But it's not like we can take this money and just kind of add it to what's going on with seed.
No. Actually, I think they're different.
Different,
My,
yeah.
my point was that, again, the legacy program is really about the legacy companies who are going to be certified as such.
Absolutely.
And we're going to support them, of which this is a part. I think the approach that, my understanding of it, is a much more macro approach where we're actually laying a foundation, an educational foundation within the financial, within the professional community around what this option is, as well as with our business owners.
Gotcha.
And again, my office is not doing that. We're doing that for the businesses who are in the legacy program.
Right, which would be an expansion of your, is my point. All right, well, that's the answer, I think. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I have.
Councilwoman Freeman?
Thank you. That question just got me thinking about a couple of other things, but I just wanted to just second Councilmember Williams' point and just acknowledging that the lack of that strategic plan is actually causing harm to the economics of our city today. And so just acknowledge the way we come out of COVID is with steps. We have an opportunity here with all the ARPA dollars that are coming online to push in on a number of areas that will have impact. So whether it's in women and minority-owned businesses, or just local grown businesses, or what have you, we don't have an on-ramp in the same way we have a DOS plan with 9 trails, and it's frustrating because I've been asking for that for like at least 5 years. And so I know from the work that we've done with Andrew Driver Corridor, it's taken 10 years to get to where we are, and we're not there yet. And I mean, I can't wait 10 more years. So I really have angst about starting something different that doesn't quite cover a large plan that will get us to the next step. And so I'm not concerned about moving forward with the budgeted requests from Councilmember Johnson. I'm concerned that we missed the opportunity to actually do what we need to do to cover our businesses here in the city. So that's what I will say. Thank you.
Any further comments? Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you,
Today.
City Council.
Thank you so much.
And just one additional thing, Madam Mayor, if I might.
May.
I just want to be really clear that Hispanic is not limited to Spanish, and that is an oversight that folks will make, or overcompensation that folks will make, and it's really offensive. Thank you.
All right. I now turn to our Madam Clerk for our board and commissions and task force nominations.
Good evening, everyone. It's after 5. I wanted to give the board, committee, commission, and task force report. The council's nomination to the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee at-large members are Paulette Jackson, Tanula Starks, and Monte Watson. And that's the end of that report. I did have some questions about the at-large vacancy process. First off, I wanted to let you know we have received 5 applications, and the names of the individuals are Brenda Hill Pollard, Marky Brown, Shalia Ann Huggins, Dr. Monique Holsey, and Tim Alran. In addition, there were a couple questions about processing, and I had sent everyone an email about it. And to meet the stated date of March 28th of council receiving the packet of applications, we do have to go through a vetting process for the election registrations, city residency, and tax delinquency checks. And I did want to check with you, did you want me to send out the applications with that information, or just provide it to you as we receive that? Because if we wait to process those items, it may take a few days after the March 28th request date. So I wanted to ask what you would like to do.
I'm going to turn to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman.
Madam Clerk, are we not doing that as we get the applications, just checking their, like in real time? Isn't that what we did before in the last processes?
Right, we're doing that as quickly as possible, but as we get closer to the deadline, we're getting more applications. The first 2 applications are done.
Okay.
Now we've got 3 to do, and it just takes some time to turn around because these are outside agencies that provide this information for us. We can impress upon them the urgency, but I did want to let you know there may be a delay in some of that information that we receive back.
Okay. By outside agencies, are you referring to the county in terms of their?
There's the Board of Elections, there's the tax department, and then we can do the city residency ourselves with GPS. But it's really those 2 items, the Board of Elections and the tax checks.
Okay. So we have 5 now. The process closes tomorrow.
Right.
Do you need more, are you saying you need more time to get the?
I'm saying I may need more time.
Okay.
I don't know. If we just have the 5 applicants that we have today, I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
But if we get, let's say, 5 more tomorrow at, 4:30 in the afternoon, then that is going to complicate things.
Obviously, I can't speak for the whole guy. I think we'll be comfortable with giving you a little more time beyond the 20th if you need a day or 2 more to vet. But as far as getting the information, I think in the past we have considered receipt of the application that the vetting is assumed, that if once it gets to us, we're assuming we're getting that packet because tax status was verified, so I don't think we need to see that connected to the actual packet. We'll just assume that if it passes you, those I's were dotted and T's were crossed. I think that's how we've conducted ourselves before, if I recall correctly. So
That sounds good. If I need more time, is it okay if
You let
I
us know.
request more time?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All
I
right.
think, colleagues, okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
for letting
you.
us know, absolutely.
And are you supportive of the applications going into the April 7th agenda packet as a supplemental item? Is everyone good with that?
Yeah, I think yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thanks for the thumbs, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
your work.
much. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. At this time, I think that we are ready to settle our agenda, and I'll turn to our city manager.
Madam Mayor, I think Councilman Javier had a supplement.
Oh, that's right, you also had
Yeah, I just wanted to bring
an item.
ARPA again. I know we're having a conversation on April 6th, I think at 6 p.m. And so I just had a couple of follow-up questions. One, I've been asked by folks who submitted proposals if we are going to allow public comment that evening, and I didn't know, so I wanted to bring that to you all and see where folks are. So that was question number 1, and then question number 2, and really it's kind of more well, yeah, I guess it's a question. My understanding is that we would be discussing, regardless of the outcome, we would be taking up the staff process that was introduced to us in December and having a continued conversation from there. The reason I'm asking is, again, there's some conversation from folks in the community that they should be resubmitting proposals or doing proposals differently. And there's been some confusion, and I want to let folks, our community partners who've submitted proposals, that they do not need to do anything if they've already submitted a proposal. But I also wanted to get clarification from folks. I think there's a lot of, some rumors and some concerns, and I wanted to allay those rumors and concerns. That my understanding is that we were continuing the conversation we began in December. Even if the outcome is we decide to do something different, we're at least starting there.
That would be my assumption. Is there anybody that thinks any differently or has a different idea that we would pick that conversation up?
I would just ask, I thought we were going to be having some evaluation from staff around some of the projects that were duplicate or where partners or folks were engaged in submitting multiple, one separate and one together.
No, that was not part of what we were going to be doing at this. We asked for a request for proposals, and that's what we received. And that is where we are with that. We had not started working with any of those proposers because we don't know what next steps would be. But we are poised to begin working as soon as you all provide us the additional direction.
My proposal, unless anyone has differently, is simply this. I would ask Councilwoman Caballero, along with Councilman Williams, if you all could give us a short process for what that conversation would look like, and also a recommendation as to how we will go about having public comment. I think we had like 71 proposals out there, so I don't know that that is viable for us to have 71 proposals, persons from each of those proposals speaking to us. I think that Councilwoman Caballero had already sort of grouped them into different sections of housing. If I remember, there were some in housing and some in different areas. So if you all could provide us with sort of a short process on how we take those groupings and figure out who we want to talk with, and how we best do that. So I'm going to give you all that mandate to sort of come up with one, what that conversation will look like. You know, where are we going to start, and how we're going to direct that conversation. And then the second part of that is the allowance of public comment, okay, and how that process should go. Because that might take us a little while to kind of figure that out, and I'd rather kind of put it in a smaller subset, and then you all think about it and give us some ideas. Since these two folk on the other side of you all you're already tied up with the legislative process, so I won't put that on you all, but I do think that there needs to be a conversation between at least two of us.
Are we comfortable saying, and this can be conversations that we have individually with each of you, but that can we come into that room with having some determinations that some proposals will not be moving forward, just to curtail the possibility around, you know, if there's 77 proposals, but there's agreement on, we're not going to move this chunk forward, then we know we can remove those folks, and we can at least let staff let them know. Are folks at least comfortable with that decision?
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I mean, this is just my feeling, but I think what would be the best thing to do is if y'all come with a proposal and then we discuss and change it from there, not so that the process is a little bit more structured and not as open-ended as we're going to just have a big conversation, because I think that'll be much harder to land on a decision, and I think we should make a decision. So if y'all come with like, here's what we think we should do, and then we discuss from there, I think we'll actually get to a conclusion in that meeting.
I think I would agree that we need to kind of narrow it down. I think most of us have kind of looked at most of the proposals. I've begun to look at them, and I have some ideas of where my priorities are. I think all of us do. So it's a matter of kind of narrowing that focus down in those individual boxes that we have.
Yeah, just to be clear, so we're going to get together and come up with the process of identifying, not determining.
Right, just identifying.
Okay.
So that we can kind of know.
Madam Mayor, if folks are comfortable, I mean, each of you received a spreadsheet kind of narrowing that conversation down. If folks are comfortable with those decisions in that spreadsheet, which I think we should add as a supplemental item to ahead of time so that the public can see it, that will narrow it down quite a bit, because we're then just choosing around some options. But I wasn't clear when I had conversations, where I left it with individuals was, here's a spreadsheet, how do you feel? And folks were going to kind of mull it over. And where I was unclear is, are we all showing up with an assumed point at a conversation? Or, are folks like, no, I don't want to, the spreadsheet doesn't work at all, and I'm not interested in having that conversation. Does that make sense?
All right. Y'all weigh in.
Because there were some assumptions made, they're structured in a way where some things were, we would only potentially use up to half of the money, but there wasn't necessarily consensus among the 7 of us around that decision. There were some other kind of decision points that we would have to make to arrive around the conversation that I'm hearing both you and Councilmember Johnson want to have, which I think is the efficient way to do it. I just want to make sure that we're making the decisions now to have that efficient conversation.
Councilwoman Freeman, I'm going to ask you to weigh in a little bit.
I'm not sure I'm following completely, because I know that the spreadsheet that Councilmember Johnson put together lists, I don't know if it's all 71 of the projects, but I guess the criteria or the grouping, I haven't seen that spreadsheet, and I haven't seen, there was something else you mentioned. There was another document, well, whatever. But I'm missing something, that's what I feel like.
Councilmember Freeman, if it's okay, Mayor O'Neill, I'll just respond if that's okay. That's the only spreadsheet, and that's all 77 projects, and it's an assumption of, based on the December conversation, that there was not consensus on council around spending all of our ARPA funding on the staff design process, the staff and community design process, but it seemed that there was consensus on spending up to 50% of it. And so we would enter the conversation on the 6th with that number one assumption made. We are only talking about 50% of the ARPA funding. But when I had individual conversations, I think with you, Councilmember Freeman, you were not necessarily on board with spending up to 50% of the money.
And that was 50% of the dollars we currently have?
We've received all of our ARPA funding. It's around $44 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So this process that we're discussing would follow the staff process that we have already had conversations with. We've already received 77 proposals around, and we'd basically be saying we're going to allocate 22 million or thereabouts of our ARPA funding to that process. If we can start there, if we at least can agree to that one, then we can create a better and efficient process for April 6th. I do not feel comfortable coming up with a process if we can't even start with that one kind of consensus.
And I'm probably the only one that doesn't want to do the 22. So I'm fine if consensus is around 22. But I think we should be looking at a much bigger plan, so.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I thought it was important that the mayor and Councilmember Williams had opportunity to verse themselves and come up to speed, and that was built in. I know the part of the decision of waiting April 6th, and I think that was the right decision. But, the beginning, there were two currents that I think fed our current position, two currents that fed into where we are now. One was there are people hurting in our city that needed the money immediately. And two was that there was enough money where we could do something kind of blitzkrieg at the beginning quickly and still have a significant amount of money left to think about whatever you want to call it, a Marshall Plan, investment in legacy neighborhoods, something big and transformative. And I think that the spreadsheet that Councilmember Johnson produced was actually informed by the staff's work. It was just a graphic depiction of work that the staff did that we asked them to do. The scoring work. And when I first saw the staff's work, I was comfortable at that point with at least, as I eyeball some of the list of those proposals, I recognize a number of those groups doing important work, whether it's, maternity issues, housing, eviction diversion, a number of those initiatives are things that we've already funded in the past that we're already familiar with. I think back to when, our small business owners were kind of on us about dragging our feet about getting money out the door in the aid plan, to our business owners. And some of them, as we now have another pile of money that we need to get out the door that's available to us. And I don't want to become subject to those type of critiques again. from folk in our community. So I think that for me, the ones I've looked at in the spreadsheet, I think there were a number of cutoff points that we can take action on as a council to get some of those checks out the door for people who need it right now and still have a significant amount of money. We can accomplish both things and allow for Councilmember Williams and the mayor to have opportunity to look at it. Me, myself personally, I have no intentions of reading 77 RFPs in their entirety. That's what the staff is for. I mean, when we're in work session, you know, how many contracts come before the council at any given period? And, you know, other than perhaps Steve Schul and maybe Charlie, who reads every page and every jot and tittle of those contracts. So some of those proposals, I know that I'm not going to read all of them, but I know that the staff is, and the staff is vetting. And I think that the work that the staff has done thus far was what we asked them to do. I think it's actionable. I think it was on point. And I think that has to be, that's a good starting point for us to either we affirm what the staff has done, or we ourselves are going to have to come up with a whole new rubric to judge these RFPs. And I'm not, I'm not going to read all 77 of them. I know that. But I'm grateful for the staff that has. So I think on April 6th, bringing the spreadsheet and kind of going, if each individual council member wants to go, if there are particular proposals that we have issues with or we have questions about, if we want to bring those folk in, we can certainly do that. But I think we're at a point where we can accomplish holding back a significant amount of money to do some of the big equity transformative pieces we want to do, and we can get some help out the door that is desperately needed right now in our city. That's where I am.
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, you've asked Councilmember Caballero and I to come up with a process for April 6th, correct?
Correct.
Because a lot of the work seems to already have been done. Right. So I just wanted to see clarity on that. I don't think we have to recreate the wheel. Deputy Manager Bertha Johnson and her staff have already done a great deal of the work. And Councilmember Johnson has organized it with their magical spreadsheet powers. So Councilmember Caballero and I will come up with a process on how we'll deliberate and facilitate that evening. That's my understanding of your request. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So there are a couple other assumptions that are in play in that spreadsheet that are not quite in line with what Mayor Pro Tem Middleton was saying. Primarily that it defers all of the proposals that are focused on more county-related functions like health and safety to a future process with the county, which was something that we'd also talked about in December. So if we spend half the money on the proposals that are still in that spreadsheet, that doesn't actually leave us a whole bunch of money to do a big thing. It potentially puts us into a situation where the rest of that money is going to go to a combination of funding those proposals in cooperation with the county, or maybe the county just decides to fund them all, but I'm not going to count on it. So there are proposals under that health and wellness category that I think are really good, that I want to be funded, and I think in an ideal world we would enter into some sort of partnership with the county to fund some of those. It also eliminates any proposal that the staff had recommended that we not fund. So anything that was below 20 is cut. And that's the way it got to being able to give 20, that was kind of where I started with just that list, to get to giving away that 22-ish million. I think most of them are in the 20 to 21 range, most of the scenarios. So I don't think we have quite as much flexibility. If we went with that framework, I don't think we have quite as much flexibility to do a big equity initiative, because we haven't considered all of those other health and wellness proposals, which I think we should consider. Or, but we do have the potential partnership with the county, and they also have a ton of ARPA money, and hopefully they would be willing to be more of like the primary funder on those proposals, because they are much more of like a county function. If we could make that partnership happen, then I think we're in good shape. But because we haven't had those conversations yet, it still feels sort of up in the air.
Councilmember Johnson, thank you, and I think it's a really, really important clarification. Let me say, some of those health and wellness initiatives that would not be funded, I see that as part of that equity kind of piece. Some of those who didn't make the cut are some of those type of initiatives that I think we may want to add into that moving forward. And the math, you know, I guess what I was thinking, when I looked at the 22 million, whatever we don't spend after, if we fund what crossed the scoring threshold, my point is that what is left over, we're not obligated to take that money and to fund the ones that didn't get funded on that list, that gives us the bandwidth to do what we want to do. That's purely mathematical, that 22 spent, 22 left, without any, you know, strings attached to it or any kind of predetermined obligations for that is where I was getting that. But I think you make an excellent point, you know, mathematically and, you know, structurally from the spreadsheet. Thank you.
Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I did want to say, and we've been having conversations with internally with staff about when we do receive the direction to move, we're going to be ready to move very quickly. But one of the things that we would do under any kind of process is, as soon as, you know, a proposal is a proposal, and once we have that proposal in our hands, you all are looking at what the person asked for or what the organization asked for, but there has to be a vetting of that between us and that organization in terms of the scope that is in the best interest of the community. So in some ways, the amount is a, you know, up to amount or potentially an amount, but the actual contract amount, and it would be transparent, you would know what that is. But if someone asks for, you know, $1.5 million, I just use that as an example, and then we go negotiate with that nonprofit and determine that, you know, what they're trying to do, and we go back and forth with it, that ends up being, you know, 500,000, then the number goes up and down based upon those negotiations. So we always knew that at the time that the nonprofit is selected and the amount that they ask for, there would have to be additional vetting around the scope of the service and the amount of dollars that would be applied to that. And we would be coming back to you. Certainly, we would never go above an amount that you all had given us authority to negotiate with.
Thank you, and I appreciate that explanation. I just wanted to clarify for the folks who have submitted proposals, no, you do not need to do anything extra. I just want to ensure that because I'm hearing some angst out there, and you do not need to do anything extra. Your proposal has been submitted. We have it. And additionally, Councilmember Williams and I will be figuring out how we could potentially take public comment, because that was the second part of things that folks have asked me, and I wanted to make sure I address it. I appreciate all of my council colleagues' comments, and I know we will have a very robust conversation, and I look forward to working with Councilmember Williams, although I do leave the country tomorrow. So.
And we leave next week. So, but we'll get there. I think we've heard a couple of things that we can agree on to kind of give you all a kind of a box. And one is that we want to make sure that we address some of those organizations who can provide urgent help. We also want to make sure that we are following what our staff has already ably done in how they've categorized those at the cutoff point. Right, so we're going to stay above that line. I think we also have agreed that we are going to try to hand out half of the money, reserve the other half with no promises on the other half and how that will be delivered. We're also going to make sure that we're trying to be deliberate about making sure that those that we fund are ones that the city normally funds and not reach across into the county arena. So are those all kinds of things that we can kind of agree on as to a broad box
I want to make sure that we do identify the Black-led or Black-focused organizations as a part of that equity conversation.
Anybody have any issue with that?
I think by definition, equity would lead us to talking about the Black-led and brown organizations. And some of them are already on that list. Some of them are on that list already of the folk that have been vetted. So, thank you.
So that kind of gives you all a broad box to kind of frame us in.
Yep, I'm gonna go back and watch this on YouTube so I can get the instructions. We'll be good to go.
Emergent, try to stay within the city mandate. We're not gonna go below what the city has already determined. Our staff has already determined, so it's pretty, and it's all laid out on us. I think on the spreadsheet, when I looked out, it's pretty much, that's pretty much how that spreadsheet flows. You'll be able to pick it up from there. Okay, makes sense. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. All right.
Madam Mayor, just real quick, I know this time is coming up, our legislative committee work. Just want to put it on everybody's radar. I'm on that committee, and I think, Mayor, you're on that as well?
I believe so.
Yeah. And Julie, okay. So I know that our delegation has been asking for us to get it together. So we will probably be meeting sooner than later, and we want to think about those legislative ideas that we have that we want to collaborate with and meet with Madam Chief of Staff, Commissioner Wallace, and get to work on that. Just wanted to put it out. Bless you.
Councilmember Williams, I chair the legislative committee. We will be meeting soon to talk about our legislative agenda. Tell the delegation they need to get themselves together.
Noted.
I'm going to ask our city manager to go ahead and settle our agenda. We're not going to we're not going to go there in that one.
Again, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Durham City Council. Before I ask that the agenda be settled, I did want to have a few more comments around item number 13. I would want to emphasize that the reason that this item is being presented by General Services onto your agenda today is due to the time-bound nature of the project. And there was discussion here about getting additional information that, certainly I have had text conversations as well as some conversations during the break with the staff that would be, able to put that information in certain types of memos or format and add it to the agenda item as it moves through the cycle. Before I started to call it out, I wanted to find out from you all's direction whether that item will be on the consent agenda or on the GBA general business agenda.
I'm fine with it being on consent, but it only takes one person to put it on GBA, so.
Yeah, I mean, if it's on consent, I'm going to pull it, so I prefer it to be on GBA so that it doesn't go to the end.
GBA.
All right. So for your agenda, I have items 1 through 12 and items 14 through 16. For the general business agenda, I have item number 13, and for GBA public hearings, item number 19. And that is what I have for your agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Oh, my mic is not on. I'm sorry. It's been moved by Councilwoman Johnson and seconded by Councilman Williams. We are now ready. Let us conduct a verbal vote. All those in conformance with settling the agenda, if you would let us know by verbally saying a.
Aye.
Hey, aye.
Aye. I don't know why I always say that. Are there any nays? Hearing none. That agenda is settled and that motion has passed unanimously. Now, are there any other items to come before this city council on this day? If not, This meeting is adjourned. At what time is that?
5:37.
5:37 PM. Bull City strong.
Horns up.
I was about